Welcome back, guys. It appears that this is the start of the second video. So, we have been hard in the paint. Deep in it. Helms deep in it. Now, in the previous video, I went on a massive rant at the end of it. Man, that was crazy. That was some insane crap right there. Oh yes, it was definitely crazy. Which of course, all of it was painfully true. Everything I spoke about. How much is this? 15? That's just 15, right? Oof my goof. What the F? That is definitely expensive, but how much damage are we getting out of that trash? Well, that's not a good metric there. Let's look at this guy. It's okay. So what, we got Blood Fury now? I guess. Okay, so we have extra physical. Nice. Yeah, anyways, so got really mad. I mean, not, that exactly, but man, it's always these wealthy millionaires and billionaires trying to sell away America, and that's really what it comes down to. And you're just supposed to lie down, accept it, don't say anything, don't do anything. Even if it's your country and you come from America, you're a citizen, which means that America is your birthright. You're not supposed to say anything about it, about the situation, about what they're doing to your country, which is what? Massive immigration. They want to bring in a bunch of people. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of people in your own country. They're not being taken care of. They're not being given a bunch of free opportunities in universities, free cell phones, right? Free iPhones, free housing, free healthcare. So interesting that Americans are getting raked over the coals, serrated through glass. So interesting that Americans, they work hard, and then people like Elon says that Americans are lazy, and that Vivek, he has his own comments to make on Americans to ultimately say that these are the best and the brightest, the people coming from India that they are forcing into your country. And of course, the best and the brightest, and yet when you're on the phone with these types of people and you have a problem that you're working through, financial problem, they can't even understand English, and you're having an ESL class as you're talking about your financial information. This is a problem that then stems and then grows from its roots, branches off into a whole bunch of other issues. But these are people that are said to be the best and the brightest of their country, and yet they can't even speak English. And when you ask them, hey, can you help me with a problem? I'm having a problem. Well, then they hang up on the phone. And you have to keep on calling these people until you finally get the freaking white guy. Once you finally run into the white guy, it's like, well, now you finally have your problem solved. But you had to go through a whole bunch of Wandipis to get there. It's so funny that Americans, they have to live with these problems. They have to live with these immigrants. Now we're trying to legalize the illegal. Because for a long time, a lot of the illegal immigration was gotaways, right? All the things that we know. People crossing illegally. Oh, we finally got this guy, thank God. But we also know that they also come through visas and overstaying the visas. This has been a big issue. I've spoken about this before. And now they're just legalizing it. Great. More people that Americans don't want in their country. Their country. Americans in their country. Perhaps America should be filled with Americans. Perhaps. Perhaps Americans should have what it is that they rightfully should want, which is your country for your people, not for anyone else and their people. Well, now you are called a bigot, you are called a hateful racist by Elon himself. You're called all sorts of things, and then you're told by these people that you should be rooted out of the Republican Party. Oh, that's interesting. So you mean the Republicans should be Democrats? Unbelievable. It's interesting to see how angry Elon gets when it appears before him that Americans do not want liberal policies dictating their country. And immigration is a liberal policy. Then you have the algorithm on all these platforms. The algorithms absolutely do everything in their power to reward those who say that they're completely for liberal policy, that you can't push back on liberal policy. This is the social engineering of modern day, is that you must support open borders. You must support immigration. You must support feminism. You must support these things. You must support... What are we getting here? I don't remember. Was it Toma Beast or was it Pandemonium? Or was it Oh, dang, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Oh, shoot. Oh, and the Crucible. There's so many things I could grab, and I don't know which one's the best right now. Oh, I don't know. Did I get Toma Beast? No, I did not. Oof. Oof, my mother effing goof. She man. Anyways. Do you know what happens when you bring in a bunch of these minorities? Do you know what happens? When you say, I don't want these minorities being brought into my country. Same thing's happening, by the way, in the EU. They're getting absolutely destroyed. And now the disease is spreading into Australia, into the Netherlands. It's just a matter of time until all of it's been browned out. Canada's dealing with the same issue now. At increasing volume. Unbelievable. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And again, the citizens, they're not allowed to say what they want out of their own country. No, I don't want these people in my country. No, you shut up. It's everyone's country. You shut up, bigot. It's everyone's country. You don't tell anyone what it is that you want. It's not your country. It's their country. It's everyone's country. But specifically, it's their country. Because we're going to give them, through your taxpayer dollars, we're going to give them a bunch of free stuff. You, on the other hand, keep working. Keep working. You can't say anything about it. Or else you should lose your entire life. Your livelihood. Doesn't mean anything, bro. You're just gonna go starving and homeless. It's okay, bro. Oh, you should have followed the rules, bro. You should have kissed the ring, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? It's just the rules, bro. It's just the rules, bro. Come on, bro. It's just the rules. You're just getting screwed over by your government, bro. What's the big deal, bro? Being a citizen of your country means absolutely nothing, bro. It's not a big deal, bro. Just accept it, bro. These people, they don't believe in your God. They don't believe in your culture, your country, your constitution, if you have one, bro. Who cares, bro? Why you so bigot, bro? What's the deal, bro? What's your issue, bro? Don't you love the condescending nature of these enlightened egalitarians, liberals? Don't you love it? Don't you love it when they tell you what it is that you ought to think? Don't you love it when they tell you that you should not stand up for your country and allow it to be invaded and ultimately occupied? Don't you love it? Don't you love how you're told that you should be rooted out from your own party? You know what, Elon? You know what, Elon? You know what? You know freaking what? I think you are correct. I think that conservatives should be rooted out from their own party so that then they create a new one and put you in your freaking place. Hey, remember the last time someone made their own party? Germany. Remember that? Remember when civilization became so ossified by morons and clowns like you who say that we should be this old and tired party where we are ingrained, set in our ways, and we don't care about the people. We will overlook the people because screw you, the people. You bend over and you take it from daddy government. You don't have a voice. I wonder why there will be a new party and it won't include you. I wonder why, for some reason, we believe there are two parties when they're actually a uniparty, and when people can literally go over, they can literally shift sides. I go from being a Democrat, now I am a Republican, and my values have not changed. Somehow you say these are two separate parties. No, they're not. And you know it. So Elon believes that he can continue being a Democrat, go into the Republican Party, and then continue being a Democrat there. And then when Republicans are Republican and they say, I want Republican, he says, be rooted out. No more with you. You know what? You're fine. You're fine in that assertion. How about this? No more Republicans. You're right. It's time to create a new party. And when we create that new party, interestingly, you're probably going to go to war with that party. Even though that party is what actually stands up for the people. Just like in Germany. And then they made a great villain out of the man that actually stood for his people. Unlike you. You are a globalist shill. You stand for nothing. You believe in open borders. You believe that the people of a country should be subverted before themselves. And then you vilify the very people, the very leaders who are willing to stand up for their own people and who will not stand for the insurgency. Then you make them the villains. Interesting. Interesting. I agree, Elon. Conservatives, they should be rooted out from their own party. They should be. They absolutely should be rooted out from within. So that then they don't have to answer to the likes of you. Someone who's taken their money. Someone who grew rich off of taking taxpayer money. Maybe the occupation of Americans must end. How about that, Elon? How about that? How about Americans no longer take it, where people like you say, we're going to whip you, we're going to torture you through we're going to bring in all these people. You don't have anything you can say about it. Now, of course, Elon, he answers. The people when he's having problems with his money, you know who he calls and who answers his phone? Yeah, a lot of white people. Also, a lot of people from that very specific group that makes up a very small percentage of multiple countries. Very small percentage of multiple countries, and yet they have a lot of power. Anyways, moving on from that. Outside of that, those are the people who answer his phone. Now, you as an American, you must talk to the person who cannot and will not pass an ESL class. That's who's going to answer you. That's who's going to help you through your financial troubles before they hang up on the phone and you have to talk to another one of them. That is what you must tolerate. You understand that for a while now, I've been asking myself, what the frick is going on in America? I've been asking myself, how are these people getting these jobs? Where are they coming from? And then, interesting. And now they want more of them. More, not less. There should be less. There should be many deportations. America first. You freaking clown. America first. Hire Americans. Enough with this qualified Americans, because they can do the work. And you know it. But of course, let's make the whole world American. How about we do this too? Because you're willing to work 40 hours a week or more in America, you're a citizen now. Because being American has nothing to do with your birthright as a citizen. It has everything to do with whether or not you're willing to sit around for a certain job for 40 hours. In the way that they dictate to you, which happens to be as a slave. Americans should not have free time. They shouldn't enjoy their life outside of work. No, you need to be working 80 hours a week, 100 hours a week as some drone slave. You should be chained to your desk, right? You should be terribly paid. By the way, that's also what they believe in. You should be terribly paid. You should work tireless hours while they're the millionaires. Well, they have all the money. I wonder why there's going to be a new party, and it's not going to be you, and you're not going to be included. Go bone yourself. I wonder why there's going to be a new party. Yeah, there should be a new party. I agree. Conservatives should be rooted out of the Republican Party because there is no Republican Party anymore. Clowns like you are in it. What Elon just did, he's stoked, and now on his platform, like a clown, he sits there and he says, don't forget he silenced a lot of people, taken their bread from them because they dared to speak out. Don't forget that. Anyway, now he's trying to talk about positivity. Hey guys, let's be positive on this platform. No more negativity. I'll post something nice about today. Oh, here's something nice about today. I have a dream. I have a dream that Americans make money in their own country and they're not invaded by people from outside. That's my dream. That's my positivity of today. That Americans should be sovereign within their own country. That's my positivity for today. Americans should be sovereign citizens. That's my positivity. Americans, when they make a paycheck, it goes to them and not to the government who gives it to a bunch of foreigners. That's my positivity of today. Your turn, Elon. Your turn. What's your positivity of today? What's yours? What do you care about so much? What's so important to you? Oh, that's right. Silencing the very people, demonetizing the very people who speak out against you. Interesting. Interesting. This is not something that you just Forget about, what's the big problem? You finally voted for Trump. And now we have the same old dog crap from the freaking Democrats happening onto conservatives on their own soil. And yeah, these companies are on your soil. Enough is enough with the silencing of Americans. Absolutely unacceptable. And at some point, Americans need to stand for their Constitution. What is wrong with Americans today? You won't stand for yourself, okay? Well then accept the invasion. And when they tell you that your freaking daughter getting grabbed by the ponytail, getting rammed by a freaking bunch of immigrants, you just take it. Just like in the EU, where they take it. And no one cares. Unacceptable. At some point, Americans need to care. They need to care about their country. They need to care about their people. Even if you're doing well for yourself, why must your fellow American, which used to mean something, nowadays it doesn't, but why must your fellow American be forgotten and left behind? How and why must that happen? Unforgivable. I have nothing for a piece of freaking filth that is Elon and everyone of his ilk. That includes Vivek. That includes whomever of these neoliberal cocks. Screw them. Maybe America's dead. Maybe it's a done country. Maybe I should stop caring, personally. But then what are you fighting for? Are you just fighting to be some piece of trash slave to a bunch of oligarchs who will abuse and use you? For people who will not die for your country. How many Americans, their forefathers, died for America? But you're not supposed to care about your own country? How many Brits fought for their own country? How about that? Do they not matter? Is what they fought for, is that insignificant? Because it is now. You're bringing in Muslims. They're blasting music on more than one occasion in the open streets of the UK. Christian nation once upon a time. Now it's invaded and it's done. Everyone knows. What did those men die for? What did they die for? So that their country could be owned by another man? Because that's what's happened. It's brave and beautiful. Brave and beautiful. So that feminism could take them over and destroy them inside out. Disgusting. And of course it's moral. It's moral, by the way. Don't be a bigot. Don't be a bigot. How dare you be a bigot? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? You want your country for your people? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? I'm sorry, do you think that people like you are allowed to speak your minds? I'm sorry, who's your employer? Who's your employer? I will tell you this right now. Give me liberty or give me death. There is a reason why Americans said it once upon a time. And it will be said again for very new reasons. So keep on attacking the right. Keep on telling them that they don't deserve their own country. Keep on going. Tell them they need to be rooted out of their own party, which effectively means be rooted out of the country. You know how many of these guys, they're not going to kill you, but they're going to make sure you don't exist. They're going to make sure. And they won't stop until everyone thinks the way they tell you to. Bend the knee. Bend the knee. Bigots. Bend it. And then you have these demoralized cocks who act like this is okay. This is acceptable. These are the terms we all must live by. It's the rules, bro. It's the rules. You wouldn't want to be a rule breaker, would you? You would want to be a cuck like me, wouldn't you? I love the government robbing from me. I love the government giving my country away to a bunch of people who are not me and not my fellow kin. I don't believe in anything. I believe in what the government tells me and what the jockeys and the lackeys and the cronies of the government, what they tell me to think and say. Your freedom in America means absolutely nothing if you are going to be ruled over by these oligarchs who tell you what you must live around while they live in their resorts, their bunkers, their fortresses of solitude. You live around those Indians who don't speak English and don't worship your God. You live around them. We, meanwhile, I'm gonna have a bunch of white strippers, Playboy models, whatever, at my pool parties. I'm going to mate with all of them, have a great time, and then I'm going to bring a bunch of Mexicans too into your neighborhood next week. Meanwhile, I'm gonna bring in more white women to mate with. Oh, and on top of that, I'm going to tax you. So I'm going to live around a bunch of white or just American men and women. You, on the other hand, you live around the minorities. Have fun. See you later, bigots. Bezos thinks this way. Elon Musk thinks this way. Vivek thinks this way. Some of them apply it differently, doesn't matter. Many politicians think this way. Mark Cuban. You can go down a very long list. Many of them think this way, but don't say anything about it. Shut your mouth. Your overlords are speaking. You're the bigots. Shut up. And don't worry, they don't really have to speak at all either because they just silence everybody. That's number one. Then number two, they socially engineer all the rest of the cocks to agree with them. So they have all these cronies that come out of the woodwork and follow what it is that they think and say, that they tell you, you must believe this way. So then they say, those are the rules. Why aren't you following the rules, bigot? My overlord told me, these are the rules, now you follow the rules, bigot. Follow the rules. What's wrong with you? You didn't follow the rules. Well, I guess now you have to deal the consequences. Freedom of speech. It's not freedom of consequences, though. And yet so many Americans, they just act like it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, when was the last good movie you watched? Oh, that's right. Everyone keeps on including liberals. Everyone's watching old movies, old television shows, because nothing good is currently being made. And guess what? Nobody wants it. That's also the truth. They just want to take a freaking time capsule, teleport back into history, and be like, wow, those were the days, but nowadays, whatever, F it, I don't care anymore. Because they're demoralized cocks. Everyone knows that everything coming out now is trash. But nobody actually wants a solution. But everyone cares for some reason. Everyone cares that everything's bad now. No one's watched a truly good movie that everyone remembers in a long time. Yeah, remember that Mario movie that came out and everyone acted like it was a big deal? No one talks about it anymore. No one cares. There's a bunch of stuff that comes out and no one cares. Everyone talks about it for a week, giving it a bunch of false praise, and then they tell you that a lot of this stuff isn't woke. And then you go check it out for yourself and it's like there's a bunch of wokeness in this. They're pushing the woman above the man. They're doing all this. And then you say, whatever. Oh, but now you have the new crowd that says wokeness does not exist. You're making it up, bigot. Doesn't exist, bigot. What's wokeness? What's woke? Are you so retarded? Do you not know what the definition of oxygen is? You're freaking lost if you don't know the definition of wokeness. You're a freaking clown if you don't know the definition of wokeness. To pretend like you don't know what these things are. It doesn't just show how ignorant you are. It shows how truly retarded your existence is. It shows how malicious, how dishonest you are, that you don't even know your mommy from daddy. But what's the big deal, bro? What's the big deal if I think my mommy's daddy? What's the big deal if I think daddy's mommy? Oh, you're right. What's the big deal? Then you know what? Why do you need everything to be freaking woke then? What's the difference, bro? What's the difference, bro? How about everything not be woke, bro? How about everything be the way it used to be? Why did it ever change, bro? Screw yourself. Bro. There's always a bro squad. It's always a bunch of leftist cocks who make trash up. Saying, bro, hey, bro, what's the issue, bro? What's the issue, bro? You're the issue, bro. I don't know what this whole thing about bro is for the left. They use it all the time. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's every time they want to push their politics, it's always, bro. What's the problem, bro? Just take it, bro. Oh, you know that jab that kills a lot of people and causes a lot of harm, long-term harm? You know that thing, bro? Just take it, bro. Oh, you know all those long-term injuries that a bunch of people deal with after taking it, bro? Just take it, bro. Just follow what the government tells you to do, bro. Come on, bro. Don't be cringe, bro. You're being cringe right now, bro. Just do it, bro. You're cringe right now, bro. Follow the government, bro. Cringe, bro. At what point are you allowed to tell these people to go fuck themselves? At what point? At what point do you call them for what they are? They're evil. Evil, malicious liars who sit there and tell you that you must do things to harm yourself actively because the government and their lackeys say so? At what point? Oh, but I'm sorry. We need to be positive around here. Let's not be negative, guys. Hold hands, kumbaya. What does Jesus want you to do? Jesus wants me to tell you to go fuck yourself in the ass, you piece of living shit. That's what Jesus wants me to do right now. Stuff it up your ass. You and your fucking government. Oh, I'm sorry. It's cringe to get upset. It's cringe, bruh. Let's not be cringe right now, bruh. Everything's cringe. When you call out the BS, it's all cringe, bruh. When these clowns screw you over, it's cringe, bruh. Don't forget you're cringe, bruh. You're cringe. You're cringe. You know, I really do mean it when I say this. I want these leftists, I want them to get a taste of their own rules. I want them to get a taste of their own dog crap. You know what I'm thinking at some point? I think it's about time that people start silencing the left. How about that? How about the left get rooted out? How about that? It's okay when a freaking Democrat says that in some way you should be undermined existentially for what you are. But when you sit there and you want to stand up for something that is worth standing for, you're the villain. It's always interesting to me that the villains are always the people who care most for their country. Isn't that interesting? If you care about your country, you're a villain every time. Isn't that interesting? You want to know something about America because everyone's now forgotten about it. I don't know how, but everyone forgot what America is. You know what's interesting about America? It used to be about fighting for what you believe in, for your country. Now you have to be a globalist. Now you have to stand down. Whenever a leftist tells you to stand down, you have to accept whatever it is they bring to your front door. It's cringe to fight for anything. What do the founding fathers, what do they think right now about America? What do they think? I wonder what they believe. Do they think it's cringe, bro? Are the founding fathers, are they cringing right now? Are they cringing in real time? Because some Americans are actually pissed off? What's happening to themselves? Are they cringing right now? Are they bigots right now? If they're bigots, why are you living in a bigot country? You should go leave to non-bigoted countries. Why are you living in a bigot country? You leftist cucklord. Why? Why is it that you come into someone's country and they have to answer to you and your rules, your laws that you make up for them? Oh, you know that freedom of speech thing? Let's just override it. You came into our country. Our country. This is our constitution. You don't just overwrite that. Don't get mad, bro. Why are you so triggered, bro? Just a little bit of limiting speech. You still have speech, bro. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself right now. I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. What's happening to America? What's happening to the EU? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And no one should fight for anything because that's cringe and that's wrong. Nobody wants to be cringe and wrong, right? You're right. You're right. Oh, all of those illegals, by the way, yeah, nothing should be done about them. They should stay. You're right. Everything that those illegals have done, totally okay. Nothing wrong. It's okay, bro. Just take it, bro. Brave and beautiful, bro. Brave and beautiful. Mark my words on this. There will be another political party. There will be another political party They will be the villains. They will be the villains moving forward in America. I don't know. I think the EU's done. There's no hope for the EU. I mean, they're going to have a fallout before anything happens over there. So that's their scenario. That's their reality. Whatever. Doesn't matter, bro. It's cringe, bro. It's cringe. Huh. Oh, wow. He has a lot of friends. Well, that's not good. Well, forget about that war. I guess that's not happening anymore. I was looking to fight him, and it's not happening. Of course, I don't know who to fight, so maybe I just fight. But that will be a problem when we do it. Yeah, I swear on this. Absolutely mark my words. There will be a new political party. There will be a new political party. There is no way around this. And these pieces of filth, they will vilify that party. That party will be enemy number one for a very long time. And either that party dies fighting for what it believes in, or it succeeds and it maintains its own nation's sovereignty. But right now, there is no one that will fight for America. No one. Because right now, for this present moment in time, Trump seems to be okay with it as well. He is in full support. So I say, screw the left and the right. Screw both sides. Absolute dog filth, both sides. I could care less about either one. The conservatives or the libtards. I don't care about either side. I don't care. And there will be a day where there is a new party. There will be that day. It will come. And you can cry about it and you can be upset. It's either that or the country dies. It doesn't matter. One or the other happens. Right now today, America is already barely America. It's a new India. It's becoming a new kind of China, but not really. More than anything, it's a new India. It's a new Mexico now. You want to know why these people are running away from their own countries? It's because themselves. Because their country is made up of themselves, and they're running away from what they make their own countries become. Their countries are the way that they are because of those people. There's no other way around it. So, the third world is being brought all across the globe. Now, what do people do? And that's the question. What do people do? Well, apparently you're a bigot if you enforce your own country against invaders. So, for right now, people do absolutely nothing. And when they vote in, what they're hoping and praying to God is the solution, and then that solution happens to be bogus. Whatever. So, after, right now, these last couple of days, the Conservative Party, without a doubt, is dead. It is dead. And as far as I am concerned, it is forever dead. I could care less about conservatives. They're retards anyways. What did they fight for? What did they conserve? Absolutely effing nothing. They're a bunch of freaking Democrats to begin with at this point. A lot of people know that at this point. So, okay. Conservatives absolutely mean nothing. The left, they want you dead, and they want to convert you from what you were born as, which some people find to be incredibly brave. Meanwhile, the right, they just believe that you should hand over your country for some dumbass reason. And if you stand against it, that's a lot of damage. The mages are actually really good, I'm noticing. They believe that you need to support your own disillusion. Well, to that, all I have to say is, done with all of you. Done. The right, they want you to be a bunch of freaking cowards. The left, they want you to be Satanized. Let's just call it Satanized. To defile how God created you, which is brave and beautiful. Don't forget that that's what these atheists, that's what they believe in, that this is brave and beautiful, and that you should not be in the image of how God designed you. Nope. Don't be a bigot. You're right. I won't be a bigot. I am so sorry. I stand corrected. In the end, when it comes down to the overall state of being for America, it's done. America is a dead country. I have lost all faith and hope in America. America is done. It is dead. And these clowns actually need to do something if they're going to prove to anyone that they actually stand for anything. Right now, all they stand for is the death of their own country, for as long as they can make a paycheck off of the taxpayer. And then they talk about hard work. Fuck you and fuck your hard work. Oh, but I'm sorry. We're being cringe right now. We need to silence ourselves. Before anyone like Elon demonetizes or forever silences you. Gotta make sure, gotta be careful. Can't be cringe, bro. Gotta get rooted out of your party. Just gotta make sure things are clean around here. We don't want any untainted masses. You believe in your country. You are a citizen of your country. And you should not stand up for it. How dare you? Someone should be given government money to become a billionaire in your own country, and you sit by and let it happen. And then they will tell you the rules of your own constitution. Okay. Fine. Do not be surprised when there is a new political party. Do not be surprised. Or of course the country dies. It's one or the other. And right now that's what's heading for the EU. The EU will soon die very quickly. Unless they do something about the situation, which of course seems like they're not going to do anything about it. So that is going, it's interesting that so many people invade the EU so that they can pillage the economy. But right now the EU, there's not much left. So what's going to happen? Right now in the EU, and it's happening in different locations more than others, But like when we're talking about Britain right now, they're done. They're absolutely, I don't even know what economy is left for them. So they've effectively turned the Brits into new Iraq, new Iran, new India. It's all of these things. The economy that these clowns left, well, now it's the economy that you created for yourselves, invading someone else's country, imprisoning those who speak against it. Don't be cringe, bro. Alright, so what do we do with these guys? It's gonna take them forever to run around and get anywhere, but I really want to go to war with this guy, but I can't do that. I don't even know who I could fight. I mean, could I even fight Cheek Clapper, who is now, I think he's Cog. Can I fight this guy? No. I can't fight anybody. Who can I fight? Is there anyone? I can fight Grass Hoofer, but where is he? I don't even know where that guy is. I have no, wait. Wow, Quifa and Biatch look very much the same. Well, okay. What if where's this guy at? Oh, I don't even know where he's at either. Where are these people? Okay, can I fight this chick? Okay. Well, I guess we'll go do that then. It'll take a little while, but apparently I can't really go anywhere else but here. How expensive is this? Oof. That is expensive on my mana. My gold is definitely doing well. Am I allowed to do this? Can I can't speed it up. Well, I guess we'll just do this way. Unless, well, do they actually attack you if you're raising? I think they do. Let's just test it out. I have no idea. And I guess we're gonna heal right now. You know, it is sad to me how, for Americans, they're not supposed to believe in anything anymore these days. They're only supposed to believe in what they're told is acceptable to believe in. And yet the premise, the foundation of America was the basis that men believe and think whatever it is that they can justify to their own minds, which equals freedom of speech. Now today, it is no longer about what you can justify to your own mind. Instead, it is what others conscript and or what they coerce or enforce you to think and believe. The fact that there is so many attempts, the fact that there's such a heavy interest in America to coerce your own thoughts and your beliefs actively reveals how far America has fallen, and the fact that America is no longer America. And it's so interesting how as America becomes less and less white, it becomes less and less America. America, ever since the 2000s, where people were first alarming, I don't think that was the first, but there was a lot of chatter back in the 2000s about illegal immigration. For a long time, this has been a problem, and during those times, America, was far more like America, and the Americans were far more like Americans. The basis, the roots of their country, how they're expected to behave, who they're expected to be, they were far more honest to their basis of their country back then. Now today, Americans no longer, air quotes on Americans, because now there's so many minorities that are now Americans. Now, to be nationalistic, that's been put to rest. Now it's dead. Interesting that the more minorities that end up in America, the less that things like patriotism matters, the less that things like nationalism matters, the less that the Constitution itself matters. Nowadays, none of these things mean anything. Understand that a bunch of people now make arguments against the Constitution for the First Amendment, the Second Amendment primarily. Then you can go into the other ones, of course. So interesting though how as America strays from its founding roots, Americans no longer believe in what Americans always were expected to believe at their founding. Dear God. Why are these fights so difficult? Wow. Those mages are, oh my. They do really good damage for what they are. Honestly, I'm starting to think that the mages might actually be low-key better than some other units. Wow, these, dude, what the frick? Wow. Looks like my heroes are not tanky enough right now. They're not max level and they don't have their full items. Not yet. And you know what, man? This is the other thing too. The more that America transforms as a country, the sooner that premises, beliefs such as freedom of speech, the things such as freedom of speech will perish. Freedom of speech will not last. The more that the country transforms and fundamentally changes, freedom of speech will not last. Now, why is this? We already know why. We already see it. Day in and day out. Because certain demographics invading a country are offended when people say certain things, they do everything in their power to say, you should not and cannot be allowed to say that, or else you starve, you go homeless, go down the list. You're not allowed to live your life because you defied us. Because of this, you must suffer. There is no choice. You must suffer. And of course, if you don't, we will figure out a way for you to suffer. This is the problem. The more you hand over the keys of your civilization, America specifically, the sooner you will lose your fundamental rights. And what I really mean are your civil liberties. You will lose these things very quickly. It will be stripped from you by gleeful, melanated activists is what will happen. Short are the days for America, and I have very little that I truly believe that I can even add on that. By the way, Vessels of Chaos, that's a lot of damage. 30%, basically instantaneous, so that's a huge damage boost. And once we get more crit damage, which means we got to get more crit chance, which we are kind of doing all right on that, but we got to get flame burst weapons if we really want to get close to 100%, which is largely easy to do. It shouldn't be too difficult. And we also got to get a bunch of the other damage bonuses onto our builds. I wonder how much these guys here are doing. I wonder how much they're gonna do by late game. I really gotta start grabbing more territory, but we gotta haul ourselves all across the map. I'm hoping to build a teleporter, so maybe that'll help us, but I gotta wait how many turns? Oh dear God. Alright, I was talking, we're back now. It amazes me. So I was talking about this off recording here, but you have these platforms that are now propaganda platforms. And they are engineering the masses to accept anything that happens and how anything occurs, and that you must think a certain way, right? You have to think within the realm of toxic positivity, because oh no, if the world isn't always positive all the time, we're going to have a bad world to live in, and people are going to go crazy and bad things are going to happen. You know what's so interesting? When people had freedom of speech, there were not that many problems. In fact, a lot of Americans, doesn't matter if things were were or weren't perfect. Obviously, nothing's ever perfect. Doesn't take a freaking genius to understand this. However, a lot of Americans understood this one thing. Things were better once upon a time. Things were better. Everyone understood that people, they were healthier. There's a bunch of data that's been spoken about ad nauseum. But anyways, even during the Great Depression, children back then had, and there's certain metrics for this, but anyways, through metrics that we can carry across time, children were far more mentally well during the Great Depression than right now today. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Right now, people are being limited in their speech, what they're allowed to think and what they're allowed to say. That's supposedly, by the leftist overlords, that's supposed to make everything better. Interestingly enough, people are growing crazier. They're becoming more and more chaotic. You're seeing a lot more problems. Now, some people, they like to err on the side of saying that there were always these problems, right? These problems always existed. Now you just know about them, which is not true. No. There's a lot of evidence that people can remember and that people can say through trackable information, which says, no. Where are you going, Dragon? Where you go? Bro. Through identifiable information that can be tracked across time, it is well known that people, without a doubt, they were better. That they were more stable mentally back during Great Depression era and around that time. Just, 20 years after, 20 years before, that whole thing. That rough time period, better. The more that multiculturalism was introduced to America, then you start noticing more problems. And then on top of that, the more that censorship has been pushed, more problems. There's a bunch of people today who act like they are perfectly fine, nothing's a problem. A lot of them are liberal, and they are complete Looney Tunes. Why is that? Everyone's supposed to be better off right now today. And as we silence people because no one can trust each other in their thoughts, so you have to silence people for speaking their thoughts, the problems are not getting better. And everyone knows. But don't worry. Censorship is going to solve the world's problems any day now. Any day. Just keep on believing in it. Those bigots, eventually they will learn. We just got to keep on silencing them. Eventually, we can save the world through censorship. You just have to believe. Right? Right now, today, we know things are getting worse. We know. But if you speak out on it, there's something wrong with you and not the world, not your own country. That is defeating and destroying you actively, as it dispossesses its own existential soul. So recently I made a video on this where the video's title, well, a part of it is this title: America is not a piggy bank. Now this will be coming out, I believe, tomorrow. I think, yeah. We already came out with the Elon and Vivek video that I spoke about previously. In the last video, I think I mentioned it. Of course, I had to rant about it. Very extensive rant, of course. It wouldn't be a video without it being extensive, would it? I guess. Anyway. So, I spoke at length about it. In the Elon Vivek video, but then of course now recently I have a new video that's going to be coming out, I believe tomorrow. Yes, it should be tomorrow. So it will be coming out, and I speak on the fact that America is not a piggy bank for you to break into and pillage. And then of course we have a further expression on everything, talking about this issue. Here's the thing that was happening during the election for me personally. And I know this was the way for a lot of other people outside of just myself, but, you know, speaking for myself, I was keeping my mouth mother effing shut. I was like, you know what? We just gotta see. We gotta see if we can just vote in the solution or the best solution available, which is Trump. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can get him in, okay? Let's just hold off, let's wait, let's be patient. So then, I did that, right? And now, right now, we're seeing how that exactly pays off. And of course, is it paying off? That's the question, obviously. That is highly questionable if it's paying off. Right now, we have all the evidence to say that Americans are being defeated by what they voted for. Truly. Now maybe... I'm not... Why am I trying to do this? Anyways, I mean, yeah, Americans have been defeated. They've been defeated in what it is that they were fighting for, voting for, what they believed in. Absolutely tragic. You know, and I was sitting there and I was keeping my mouth shut. I was like, all right, let's see what happens. Let's see. Because Trump was making some of these remarks about bringing a lot of people in. And I was like, okay, well, absolutely not. But you know what? Whatever. Let's just make it through this. And now, of course, we're here. So, it is unfortunate. It is. And now for me personally, I'm so done with what anyone else thinks and believes. I am done. I am literally done. I have completely given up. I've given up. I'm done. I'm done. Whatever some other clown thinks and believes, whatever they say is like, oh, this is what we need and this is what needs to happen for the country, blah, blah, blah. Screw yourself. You know, because you had an opportunity to create the solution, and instead of doing that, you allowed the problem for multiple years on end. And you refuse to fix the issues, and instead you want to sell the people down the freaking river with a bunch of serrated glass. So this is my new thing, okay? This is a new thing that I now understand to be true and correct. This is the new thing that now has arisen before me that I was wishing not to believe in for the longest time, which is what America always comes last. Americans, more importantly, come last. And I now know this to be true. Americans will always come last. Always. Oh, hey guys, America first. Yeah, America first, America first. Oh, by the way, we're gonna bring in a bunch of mother effing clowns from some other country and give them your jobs. You know what's so sad to me though, by the way? There's a bunch of retards out there. They think that when someone like me speaks like this, they think it's all about me. Now, I don't care about these people, and I don't even care about this fictitious scenario, but I do know that people think this way. That when you speak upon a problem, they sit there and they say, oh wow, you must be really upset for your own sake. No. Clearly, I'm concerned for myself. But you know who I'm more concerned for? Which I guess I need to give up on this. I don't know why I care at this point. Yeah, I actually give a crap about freaking Americans. Well, obviously that is in bad judgment, clearly, for many reasons outside of this conversation. However, I actually give a crap about the future for Americans because I know what they're going to miss out on for future generations. I know what is being taken from them, and I care. Well, fuck me, am I right? I shouldn't care. Screw Americans. Right? You know, for some reason, I care. I don't know why I care. I don't know why. Because honestly, it just seems like Americans, they don't want you to care. It seems like to me that they want to throw away their country. That's what it's now looking like. That is what I have come to believe. Because that is what has revealed itself to be true. Seems like to me, Americans, they don't care about anything anymore. It's sad for me because I used to really care. I used to believe in Americans and America. Well, now for me, I've grown to despise it. All of it. And it's been standing for a very long time that I've never been given a reason to think otherwise. Right here, I'm going to include something, and I'm going to say this. Do you know why I chose to make my books? I've been pretty clear now about it. I wanted to be a solution for American men. Their stories were taken from them by, yes, the DEI and wokeness. I wanted to be their solution and provide to them once again proper literary tales. You want to know something? Everyone on my supposed side, they don't give a crap. People who say that there's a problem with wokeness, they don't care. I have been ignored at every opportunity. I have literally made some of the best stories out there, and nobody gives a freaking crap. That is the truth. I put my time into writing my fucking books because I gave a shit about Americans. about American men, about the spirit of their country, the spirit of Americana, and persisting that on forward. Instead, I've been treated like a fucking clown by people who supposedly say that they want the solution. You know where I stand now on this? Fuck you. That's where I stand on it. That's my position. Fuck you. I used to give a shit about Americans. I used to give a shit about America. And I'm just seeing day by day how people would rather be subjugated. Whatever the fuck an American is, whatever the fuck it was once upon a time, doesn't exist anymore. Americans are done and they're dead. And I used to care. I used to believe in it. And I was treated like a goddamn clown. So fuck you and fuck America. That is absolutely my position now. Moving forward. This has been coming for a long time, and I've been trying to believe in something that I know is just being stripped away. Whatever the fuck America is, fuck that shit. Fuck it, man. Globalism is the new fucking candy of the fucking store. For whatever reason, everyone needs to jerk off on fucking globalism. Okay, fine. Fine. Fine, you beat it the fuck out of me. Used to be a fucking patriot. Used to fucking care. Now, I ask myself daily, why the fuck do you care, man? What the fuck is in it for you? You're a fucking patriot or something like that. Everyone treats you like goddamn fucking horse shit for fucking being a patriot. So, fuck it, man. Fine. America's dead. Fine. You fucking win. You goddamn clowns. You fucking win. I fucking give up. Finally fucking happens. I fucking had it. Whatever the fuck America is, whatever the fuck it stands for, you would rather give it away. And you'd rather allow yourself to get taxed out the ass. For what? For what? Someone like me, I try to be the solution for people because I want to give a shit about those people. But I guess it doesn't fucking matter. I've done everything in my power. Everything. You don't even know the half of it. All the things I've done. Nothing. I get treated like fucking horse shit. For giving a fucking shit. Well, I fucking give up, man. It's been beat the fuck out of me. So have your goddamn America. Have the goddamn wokeness, you fucking tards. Have the motherfucking wokeness. You fucking complain about fucking Captain Marvel, Brie Larson, the fucking Acolyte show, you goddamn cocks. You fucking sit there, the fucking liberal goddamn grifters, they sit there, oh, I don't like this. Oh, wow, the Acolyte show is so laughable. Yeah, you fucking slurp it up, you pieces of fucking shit. You know how many people are willing to fucking sit there and put their goddamn work into making something a fucking solution? You know who? Not many people. You know how many people are goddamn fucking capable? Not many people. And yes, someone like me gave a shit, and I said, fine, I'm gonna fucking do it. And guess what? I got treated like a goddamn clown. By people who say that they're on your side or that they give a shit about anything, and then in the end, you are revealed the truth. America is a fucking dead country, and I've fucking had it. I have fucking had it with giving a shit. What happens? Everyone else doesn't give a shit, so fine. I said this before. I guess I don't really need to even say it, honestly, but I will just say this. At some point, you try to give a shit about other people to the point that at some point you realize you gotta give a shit about yourself. And it really just comes down to that. I don't know what the fuck it takes. I really don't. I don't know. I really don't. But, I just can't believe I've invested myself into bullshit that I believed in, only to be proven that people are too fucking stupid to save themselves. And I have sacrificed a lot to try and give a shit about other people, to give a shit about what is happening to the country. And I was, you wonder to yourself, where are those patriots and where are the men that are going to come together and create the solution? And then you realize, oh, everyone tells you to go fuck yourself when you're doing everything in your fucking power to be the solution. And then you realize, you learn after that, okay. And then, by the way, after everyone tells you to go fuck yourself, they make fun of you. And they don't stop. They don't stop making goddamn fucking fun of you. And then you sit there and you think to yourself, I could have just done anything else in my life. I could have just chosen a route where I don't get goddamn fucking made fun of by these fucking asshats. Trying to fucking help people, and instead I get turned into a goddamn clown? Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. These fucking propagandists, man. It's all that's left. I learned throughout discussing a lot of these games, I learned a lot of people are goddamn shills. They will pick up horse shit after horse shit. They will buy a $70 game like Suicide Squad or Dragon Age the Veilguard, and then they have the audacity to say, wow, this is shit and I don't like it. If only we could have something that's better. If only we could have a proper story or something that's the solution to this dog shit. Well, guess what? You don't fucking take it, you goddamn dumbass. You don't fucking take it. You don't fucking care. So whoever these motherfuckers are that happen to be the anti-woke crowd, because they fucking exist, but they don't give a fucking shit. You get what you goddamn deserve, you fucking retards. You get what you goddamn deserve. I can't believe I put my fucking work, my fucking effort and time into this fucking horse shit. Just so that these motherfuckers, so that a bunch of fucking retards can sit there and act like that they're fucking right and you're fucking wrong about fucking something made up in their goddamn minds. So that people can play pretend and play God on you and have a fucking power trip. Because they're fucking liberal cucklords. Fuck yourself. I never had to give a shit. And now I'm being proven why the fuck did you ever give the shit that you gave. Everyone else is a goddamn clown. Everyone else doesn't fucking care. Why are you deciding to fix the circus? Everyone wants to honk their goddamn noses. Fucking have it then. Fine. Sadly, the same thing goes for the fucking country. Americans are goddamn fucking clowns. They would rather throw away their goddamn country. They would rather a goddamn fucking cucklord like fucking Elon tell them that they're fucking lazy and fucking stupid. They would rather that than fucking stand for their own goddamn selves and their country. How fucking pathetic. They'd rather go goddamn brain dead on fucking Ebonics, speaking like goddamn fucking retards every day of their fucking life. than do anything that's for their own good. The problem with Elon, listen man, I swear on this, there will be a new political party because the fucking goddamn conservatives and the goddamn liberals, they're all a bunch of fucking shitheads. Every goddamn single one of them. They're fucking shitheads. There has to be a new party. But I'm not gonna fucking hold out for any of that fucking shit. It will happen. But I don't give a fucking shit anymore. Fucking fine. You goddamn motherfuckers have the fucking country. Have it. Fucking have it. I don't give a shit anymore. Yeah, make everything goddamn woke. No one fucking cares. Everyone would rather fucking sacrifice their fucking civilization for fucking horse shit. Fine. Fuck ever, man. You know, people used to be very different. This is an absolute goddamn fucking truth. People used to be very different. Americans were different than this once upon a time. I don't know what happened. I don't. Being American used to mean something. Being American used to equal something of value. And now, they're all a bunch of goddamn cocks, Americans. I don't know what the fuck happened. There used to be something to respect about Americans. And now, your dog is a goddamn American. Well, no wonder Americans are stupid and fucking lazy. We believe that Americans are our fucking animals. Your fucking Chihuahua is a goddamn American, has a fucking citizenship, has fucking healthcare. And you still think you're not a goddamn clown. Fuck you. Fucking throwing away your citizenship, your fucking country, you goddamn idiots. And then fucking what? You make fun of someone fucking telling you what the fuck it is. Then fine. Live in your dystopia. I'm fucking fed up. Used to give a shit. Instead, you would rather have fucking millionaires and billionaires taking your fucking money to shit on your fucking bitch ass. Fuck you. No one takes this fucking shit serious. No one fucking takes it serious. It just does not fucking matter, does it? Everyone loves to act like they're correct about everything. Everyone loves to act like they're a goddamn genius. Oh, what? You said this? You said that? What? You don't think the way I do? I'm clearly correct and you're clearly a dipshit. What? You fucking retard. You fucking retard. You fucking throw away your country. You throw away your own goddamn people for what? For what? Someone calls this stupid shit out. You treat them like the clown, not yourself. You won't have a country. The more you get your own goddamn liberal policies, you won't have a country anymore. It's over for you. And you don't care. You think it's beautiful, you think it's brave, and you think you're so goddamn intelligent. You think that no one can question you. The fucking retard you are. And then these cocklords, they sit there and say, agree to disagree, agree to disagree, and we're just agreeing to disagree. Yeah, and meanwhile, you're getting fucked up the ass by taxation. Yeah, once upon a time, the founding fathers, they gave a shit about this. Where's the American blood now? Where's the American blood? Fucking 200 years deep into soil. That's where the fuck it is. I pity the fucking founding fathers and what they died for, because they died for a bunch of goddamn cowards who allowed themselves to get shit on by their own country. How fucking pathetic. You try to fucking help these people. And they will spit on you. How fucking disgusting. Right now today, America is overrun with minorities. They don't speak English. They're useless in their jobs. And Americans, they have to put up with it. Because they're cowards. Right now, Americans, they don't have a culture anymore. They used to. They used to have a culture. It used to mean something. No more. And it has now been proven. And I never believed that this would be proven onto me. But you can give them a solution on a freaking platter. On a platter. And they will literally spit in your fucking face. You give them, you hand to them the solution. And they spit in your fucking face. Imagine that. You would think you would have to make it up. If I try to go out of my way and I try to fucking help these fuckers, they will appreciate it. I didn't do this for any other reason than to help goddamn Americans. And guess what? The men of America, the men who are looking for their morale to be boosted. But here we are. The minorities took them over. The minorities now own your jobs. The minorities, they now control your politics, and that's the ultimate truth. So this is what's happened to Americans. How pathetic. People are more addicted to their problems than they are to any solution. That's not what an American is. You fight. You don't like wokeness in media? Then get on the bandwagon and support the alternative. You won't do it. And of course, we've already spoken about all the rest of the political matters, so I'm not going to say anymore. You have all these conservatives. They're supporting massive immigration right now. They're finding ways to justify it, to moralize their own death. Something I've spoken ad nauseum about is how you moralize in these egalitarian shithole countries. You moralize your own death. How pathetic. So here's the rundown. They have the movies, they have your country, they have your language, they have your games, they have your television shows, they have your books, they have your culture, they have your algorithms, which the libtards like to call the audience. Okay, it's the audience. They own your algorithm and the audience, whatever that is. Conservatives don't mean a thing. They don't conserve anything. Literally. And okay, when you lose everything, they won't even fight for anything back. You know, I'm gonna say this right now. Because right now we're beyond the whole conversation about Elon and Vivek. I've already said enough on that. You know what fucking surprises me? It's absolutely unbelievable. You know, when I made my books, you know, I only believed at first I'm probably gonna get one purchase here, one purchase there, maybe 10 purchases here and there, maybe just a few purchases. And once people see the value of my work, once they see the value of what I've busted my ass for, my work will speak for itself. And these motherfuckers that complain about goddamn wokeness and their shit, they'll be like, dude, this should be made into a movie. Dude, this should be made into a game. What the hell? Yo, dude, pick this up. I didn't expect anything immediate. I didn't expect anything to quickly happen. And guess what I got instead? Guess what happened? I barely got shit. You want to know something right now? Fucking leftists who clutch their pearls over every goddamn thing under the sun. I've had these fucking retard liberals show up in my goddamn books, leaving reviews. They didn't even read the goddamn thing, and they give me a 1 star. For some fucking reason. They just call it garbage and they move on. They say a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with my book. Wow. Wow, that's interesting. You know how many goddamn fucking liberals have fucking shit on me? And yet they give me more goddamn attention than the people I'm trying to fucking help. Than those goddamn motherfuckers I'm trying to fucking save. I'm trying to help generations of fucking American men. That's what I'm trying to do here. That's what I used to give a shit about. I'm looking at everything right now. I'm looking at the fucking conservatives, how they're fucking retards. They won't even fucking help themselves. Instead, they'd rather get Elon and Vivek to shit on them in their country. And then on top of that, you have someone like me. I give a fucking shit about whether or not you have a good story to fucking read. And I want these books to be goddamn movies. You think I can do that fucking immediately? Of course not. You have to fucking prove that you want the goddamn solution. Then people like me can fucking write these goddamn scripts into a fucking film so that you can actually get something you want to see for once in your fucking life. But no. I'm a goddamn jackass trying to fucking save the fucking unsavable. And this is why there will be a new party, because it's fucking over. There is no conservative party. They threw away their goddamn country, and either they get so fed up that they finally do something for themselves, and that has to be something completely new and alternative, or you go down in goddamn flames like the fucking retards you are. You know, man, I don't know what it is that people say that they care about. You know, a lot of people, they say, I care about hard work, right? I care about someone doing the job right, right? People care about this fucking horse shit that they make up in their fucking head that doesn't even goddamn exist. But then, once you do the hard work, once you put the fucking effort in, what happens? What fucking happens? They fucking ignore you. You do fucking hard work, you do the fucking job, and they fucking treat you like goddamn shit. Or they ignore you. And then they tell you what to believe. Then they tell you what's right and wrong. Then they tell you what's acceptable, what's not fucking acceptable. How about you live by your own goddamn words? How about that? You fucking retard. How about you live by your own goddamn convictions for once? I'm a fucking conservative and I believe in fucking something. Then fucking do it. Smoke and mirrors, sadly. Smoke and mirrors. I have sacrificed a lot across the last, what is it now? 3 to 4 years. In different angles. I have put up with a lot of horse shit throughout all this time. Trying to do this fucking shit. Because I believed in this fucking nonsense. You want to talk about fucking starving artist? That kind of fucking horse shit? Whatever the fuck that means, I don't even care. Talk about somebody with a fucking lost cause. Busting their goddamn ass. Getting treated like a goddamn clown by everyone they come across. Because for whatever reason, no one's fucking legit. If only we could have a good writer. If only we could have a good storyteller for once who will bust their ass and make sure they give us something that has quality and value. They fucking showed up, you fucking dog shit liquor. You fucking clown. They showed up. You told them fucking no. I want to purchase this fucking woke dog shit. I would rather watch Arcane Season 2. I'd rather sit through The Last of Us television show. I'd rather watch the Fallout show. I'd rather buy these woke ass fucking horse shit games. I'd rather that. Cause fuck you. I don't want to feed your ego. I guess. Maybe that's what it comes down to. I don't want to feed your ego. And support you. For whatever fucking reason that person has to stand on. Fucking, I don't want to... This ego war you're having with someone that's trying to give to you something that's fucking good for you. The fuck? Maybe this is why dead fucking artists, dead fucking authors, people finally read their shit because it's like, oh, I don't have to like the person. I don't even know them. They're dead. Maybe that's what it comes down to. You have to fucking die for people to be like, okay, I guess they had a good couple of points. I guess they made some good fucking shit. I don't agree with everything he says, but I guess he made some good stuff. Hey, go fuck yourself. Literally go fuck. You deserve fucking horse shit. The only people that you give any adoration to are the fucking woke dipshits who fuck you over, and they fuck over their entire industry. And yet, here we are. There are so many things right now that are dead to me as of this moment here. Everything I'm talking about right here is so sad to me. But what's even more sad to me is to watch a nation lose its soul. To watch as Americans become a bunch of emotionalist women. You look at all these men and they're fucking bitches. They fucking clutch their pearls the second anyone has a real conversation with them. They get offended over fucking everything. You're a goddamn man. How the fuck are you offended about fucking everything, you fucking tard? The fuck has happened to men in America? This is not what they used to be. You have these fucking goddamn cucklords. They get triggered over your mom jokes. What the fuck is wrong with you? You can't take a goddamn your mom joke? What kind of fucking pussy ass bitch are you? Used to be commonplace, dudes could just make fucking jokes and not be gay about it. Well, now, they're all fucking homosexuals. I don't know why. Don't know why. Nowadays, you have these fucking cucklords. They jerk off to women in media. Oh, she's so strong. Oh, that woman, she can kick the shit out of a man. I love Arcane. I love these other shitty television shows where we put women into the roles of men. And how dare you, you bigot? You said that women are not men and that they're not equal to men? Yeah. Yeah, if you would live in reality for 2 seconds, you would realize that men and women are different, and that men, yeah, they're built better and differently than women. Oh, but that's right, you don't read the Bible. Oh, that's right, you don't believe in a God. Oh, that's right. You don't believe in anything, actually. You only believe what the government fucking tells you. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's fucking happened. But whatever the fuck men have become, it's fucking pathetic. I wish I gave up on all of this sooner. I guess. Yeah, no, I guess, yeah. In some weird way I do. I don't know, I'm kind of up in the air about it, but in some way I do wish I gave up on this sooner. Because I just realized it's like, okay, we have all these fucking retards out there who don't give a fucking shit about anything. They only give a shit about what they're told to give a shit about, which is anything that fucking leftist cucklord tells you they give a shit about. Because they think that they own the goddamn fucking universe. Well, I guess. I guess you do, because it's a fucking unit party. And guess what? You are determining the rules for the fucking unit party, and they answer to you, and they kneel before you, and they allow themselves to get kicked the shit out of by the fucking unit party. I guess. What I realize now is that this was always a losing fight. What I realize now is that whatever the fuck people say they believe in doesn't exist. It's not real. What I realize now is that any problem that I see and no one wants the solution, and that if you bust your ass to try and do something for someone else, they don't fucking care. I have learned a lot of hard lessons in all this dog shit, sadly. I've learned a lot of things that has pissed me off, and I've been defeated on multiple occasions by something that should have been a layup after everything I did. Every fucking thing I put into my fucking books, all the fucking money and all this other fucking shit. My gosh. Unfucking believable. But you know what wakes me up to all this fucking horse shit? It's when you watch fucking conservatives. They don't give a shit when their fucking daddy, who takes their fucking money and is rich because of the government, fucking shits on them and says Americans are fucking stupid and they're fucking lazy. They'll fucking worship the people that shit on them. But the motherfuckers that actually give a goddamn shit, you fucking hate them. You fucking shit on them. You fucking ignore them. And then you wonder where your fucking savior is. When everything's in shambles. I tried to do my part for the things that I'm talking about. Obviously, I'm not doing everything underneath the fucking sun. Doesn't matter. I tried to do my part. I tried to give a shit about something. I could have done a lot of things, and I said, I'm gonna give a shit about this. I know I can do it. All anyone has to do is just give me a goddamn chance. Well, nobody gave me a chance. You have no idea all the fucking things I've done. All the ways that I busted my ass to give a shit. Just so that a bunch of retards can fucking sit there and tell me that that there's something just fucking wrong with me for some fucking random reason. Don't even know what the fuck it is. Just, I need to go fuck myself in general, I guess. Meanwhile, the people that tell you you're fucking lazy and stupid, you'll fucking worship their bitch ass. Fucking pathetic. I have absolutely nothing for fucking Americans at this point. Bunch of goddamn clowns. Literally a bunch of goddamn clowns. They will throw away their country. They will throw away their own people. They will throw away anyone that's trying to fucking do anything for them. Meanwhile, this other fucking horse shit's going on. They don't care. It's sad. I tried to believe in otherwise for the longest time here. I literally tried to fend off this creeping assumption that I had for a very long time. And then it just came true over time. I'm just seeing all of it crystallize before me, and I'm like, oh. I guess the worst came out to be true in all of this. I can't believe it. So anyways, man, there's not much use in being angry like this in the end, you know, but it's like, it is a part of the human condition that you go through these sorts of things for whatever is good and bad about it. So you take it as it comes, but you definitely need to, I guess, take whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I don't even want to say anything definitive because it's such a fucking retarded situation, all of this. It's so fucking retarded. It's like, why even act like there's a lesson in it or act like there's any kind of takeaway? No, this is just stupid horse shit. That's all it is. Why even act like it's something any other than that? It's just fucking stupid horse shit. And you tolerated it for a long time. So move on. That's what this is. Just move on. And that's where I'm at. Fucking give up. Alright, man, so this is what we're doing next after all this. I'm gonna head into no commentary here. And yeah, we're gonna head into no commentary. I am gonna take a break and yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else to say after that. I could have a very long rant, or maybe not super long, but whatever. I could rant about something else here. I will put it short. You have these fucking retards who sit there. Understand that I have spent the last fucking year with my main channel, specifically that partially the gameplay channel here, fighting the fucking algorithm this whole goddamn time. Random things killing my fucking algorithm. I work hours upon hours on my fucking videos. And then the algorithm, it's like, go fuck yourself. And I'm like, why? What the fuck is going on? Then it turns out, okay, well, I guess maybe community posts. I was posting too many of those and it killed my algorithm. But then it happens to be something else. And then it happens to be something, I have no fucking idea. But random things were killing my fucking algorithm. So I just sat there and I said, okay, no more, done. It fixed the fucking problem. Guess what? I went through months of work getting fucked over by this fucking shit. What the fuck? And you know what's amazing to me? There's fucking people out there that say that you should really try out using community posts on your channel because it will actually help you build your channel's audience and help you garner more people or whatever the fuck. People say all kinds of stupid random shit. And I'm not really saying I really take their fucking advice serious. What I'm saying is there's a bunch of people out there that say a bunch of made up horse shit. And then you live through the alternative reality and you're like, why do so many people sit around and they say and they preach a bunch of made up shit? I have literally gone through an entire month releasing a bunch of fucking videos. Every single one of them fucking died because my algorithm was killed by, at that time, it was community posts that did it for some reason and I couldn't do anything about it. No, actually, that was live streaming at the time. So anyways, it's random shit that you have to fucking figure out on your own. Then you have these fucking retards. They tell you, do shit that you know gets you fucking screwed over. Who the fuck are these people, man? What the fuck? And why is it that I have to fucking labor and fucking go through this fucking bitch made shit where I have to I have to learn this stupid horse shit where I'm getting fucked over by things I don't know what it is. And then meanwhile, you have people out there that sell a bunch of fucking fake solutions to problems. Why do you have fucking bullshit artists out there? Why? By the way, I notice a lot more people love bullshit artists than anyone else. That's fucking interesting. So interesting how you can sell people a fucking bullshit lie. People love you. Meanwhile, in the other camp, if you ever say the truth, God help you. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. I don't know what the fuck has happened to Americans. The whole thing has fucking shattered apart. And I'm not talking about one thing here. I have noticed in multiple industries, bullshit fucking artists. What the hell is going on? Literally. And then people worship these fucking bullshit artists. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, bro, I went through fucking misery for a whole fucking month. In other months, for weeks here and weeks there. Going through these problems, having to fix them. To which these fucking clowns that get fucking worshipped by people, they tell you to do this fucking shit that will get you fucked over. Why am I suffering through shit, learning hard lessons where other people are telling you, air quotes, teaching you to do shit that fucks you over? What the fuck? Who are these people, man? It shows to you how bullshit people are. The people on the receiving end and the people on the sending end. Everyone's full of fucking shit. It's unfucking believable. I have no idea what the people shill for random fucking horse shit. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. It makes no sense. And then everyone acts like they're right. You're wrong. They act like they're holier than thou. They act like you have no business saying anything. They act like they're in the fucking position to put you in your fucking place on something. Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. You lost credibility. Fuck you. Fuck yourself. I lost credibility. On fucking what? Meanwhile, you got fucking bullshit artists spitting a fucking dime on fucking bullshit. Then these goddamn fucking cocks, they tell me I lose fucking credibility. And then they have the fucking audacity to tell me people like us, like they mean me, they mean themselves when I say me. People like us give a shit what we care about credibility from other people. Fuck yourself. You fucking listen to bullshit artists. Then you come after me for something I'm not even wrong on. Or you come after me for something that you're just fucking picking hairs and strands apart. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know how people are so fucking retarded. I give up. I fucking give up. I literally give the fuck up. You can't save these fucking goddamn retards from themselves, so let them fucking burn. Let them drown themselves. Let them do it. Fucking idiots, man. Unfucking believable. I don't know how people have become this fucking retarded. I don't know what the hell has done it. No idea. No clue. Totally confusing. When people talk about, so this film called Idiocracy used to be a topic of discussion. When people talk about Idiocracy, holy fucking shit. It is reality now. It is absolute reality. Right now, majority of Americans and other people, anyway, everyone's living through idiocracy. I don't know what the hell has happened. People have grown fucking retarded. But you know what, man? I guess they get what they fucking deserve. Really. They want to love the bullshit artists. They want to love people who say fucking lies about everything. People who tell you that woke does not exist, and then we get shows like The Acolyte, then we get movies like everything that Marvel has been coming out with, and all their dog shit fucking television shows. We get woke after woke after woke after, and then these fucking retards, they say, what's wokeness? You know what, you fucking retard? You deserve it. You god fucking damn deserve this fucking shit. Fuck you. What's wokeness? What's fucking wokeness? Fucking just take it. I don't give a fucking shit. Just fucking slurp it up, you goddamn cock. You love it so much. Fucking have at it. I don't give a fucking shit. You can't save these fucking retards from themselves. Dig yourself your fucking grave, man. Don't fucking care. Don't fucking care. Oh, you're right about everything. You're right. You're right. Multiculturalism is great. Feminism is beautiful. Fuck yourself and just move on. Just get the fuck out of here. Okay, then go enjoy your fucking woke shit. I don't know why you care about anyone outside of your fucking woke shit. There's so much of it. Why the fuck are you spending your time giving a shit about anyone else? Again, these fucking retards. I've had these fuckers review bomb my fucking shit. Why the fuck, if they love their fucking woke shit so much, why do you fucking care about me? What the fuck? And then the people I'm trying to fucking help, they can't even give a fucking shit for 2 seconds. What the hell? Makes no fuck. The whole thing is idiocracy at the largest fucking scale. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. And then everyone acts like they're fucking geniuses. They're correct about everything. They're fucking scholars. They're fucking, oh, well, I know all this information about Marvel. Sir, you just lost your credibility. Oh, you don't know everything about Mech Warrior? How dare, you're a dumbass. You don't know everything about Mech Warrior? Yeah, you fucking dipshit. I don't fucking care about these fucking woke-ass properties. Of course I don't know anything about Mech Warrior. You didn't know it was always woke? I don't fucking, for one, fuck you and your definitions. For two, fuck you. Just fucking shut up. You love your fucking woke shit so much, go back to it. Why the fuck do you pay attention to people that don't like your fucking dog shit? Why? You love it so much, put all your time into it. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people. Fucking asshats, man. The whole fucking lot of them. Anyways, we're taking the fucking break. And when I'm back, no commentary.
Above all, the fray. Lo, that dragon of calamity. The desolation in the end, it shall be faith, not flesh.
Alright guys, we are finally back. It's been a little bit, but we're finally back. So, I don't know how long this video is right now. I have no idea. But of course, we are just rocking through this. Now, of course, it's actually been taking way too long for us to get through this playthrough. It's really started to slow down because we haven't been taking out players. And so I'm going to try to speed it up. I'm going to speed up the raising, by the way, right there. But anyway, we're getting a lot of good things. I just wish this playthrough was still going by swimmingly. We're starting to really lag down throughout the turns. Now, it took a long time to get here for the lag to start setting in. It's just that, of course, for me, what do we have going on here? Okay. But yeah, you know, it's just that we've gotten this deep into the turns that, of course, the game inevitably gets laggy. So we got to take out a lot of AI players to reduce that lag. And by the way, we don't have any magical materials, which really sucks. So we can't really do anything. We can't build almost anything. There's a bunch of items I want to make, but I can't. So kind of sucks. The item forge has been unable to be used for quite a while, but we're gonna have to maneuver around that some way, somehow. Definitely frustrating, I will admit, but we will find a way, regardless. But yeah, you know, starting out, the turns were definitely going by very quick, and now it's like, whoa. This is taking a long time, so really frustrating. I don't like it when the game's like this, but we will figure out a solution regardless. And this guy apparently took all this territory over here, which honestly, I don't want. I don't need this territory. Someone else can have it. I would like to get rid of a lot of this trash, so we're going to be doing... Oh, wait. Yep. We got rid of that. Oh, I can't. Oh, are you kidding? Well, I want to grab this. So I'm going to get myself a bunch of research now, which we're actually doing all right on research because of the crypts. But I got 2 of them here, which is crazy. But and we got the ruler statue. That was nice. But yeah, we just got to move here. Let's see. Yeah, we got to get this city ruins here. We got to do a lot of stuff. We're definitely missing out on a lot of trash at the moment. And I will be raising this city down here pretty soon. So, yeah, my economy could be a lot bigger right now. We could have a lot more territory by now. Of course, we've been pretty constrained, but I think I definitely gotta start building more shades. My economy's really been blowing up, so I don't know what's doing it. I know, oh, the Lost Tomb, that's what's doing it. So that was bringing us out of a little bit of deficit, so we can build a few shades. So I'm gonna try to get myself some more armies. I want to run around with at least 2 stacks. And I want to split up my heroes because too many of them are definite. Oh, I forgot to move these guys. Whoops. Anyways, I want to split them all up and I want to move my dudes around so that we can actually start taking stuff in the Umbral Abyss and so that we can start grabbing a bunch of stuff further from here. So, you know, I want to get more of this territory underground and I want to get myself... I want to grab Magitarium. I've been waiting on this biatch for a while. So I want to take them out, which means I have to go to war with the guy above me, but regardless. Yeah, I want to get myself a little bit more territory. How did this biatch get over? Oh, through this, right? So she went through the transport. How did you get over here? Yo, she was really running over here. What the heck? Alright, well, anyway. Okay. Yeah, so I am, by the way, I am going to be getting rid of Gem Keep. I'm going to be getting rid of at some point folds. But I do want to fully build out these cities because I put so much into them already. I want to fully build them out before I get rid of them, which I don't have to get rid of them exactly yet, but I'm making a lot of vassals here, boosting up their economy before I release them. And they're making me a lot back. It's really nice. And then, of course, we have 2 ruler statues. That's awesome. So I really do like that. I like that idea in the game that it's kind of like a reward for taking out an enemy players, that you get their ruler statue. Of course, you could completely just get rid of it, but of course, why would you? So anyways, I got this ruler statue, which means I got to get rid of one of these other cities down here, which I will be doing that eventually. And I definitely want to get my cities up to 30 population, which is very easy to do. I want to start getting myself stuff like this guardian tree right here and make sure that we put the binding of gold on it, which of course hopefully no one walks on top of it and removes it, but that should not be an issue for the most part. But yeah, give myself a little bit of extra knowledge through that. That would be nice. And just, again, I'm going to go through the tomes now because I was really focusing on getting more damage. And we don't have all the damage, but we do have a lot. We have the Tome of Beasts. We still got to get the Tome of the Crucible. We got to get a couple of other ones. I think it's like only 2 more to really max out my damage. And right now, the Shades, they're pretty much they're one-shotting certain enemies, but typically they're 2-shotting, which for Shades, that's actually pretty good. So obviously with the Reavers, they can 1-shot, but not even then. They typically 2-shot, but when they 2-shot, it's like the enemy's definitely about dead. So the Shades are doing decent damage. They're not doing as much as the Reavers, but we're pretty much at a point where I am almost proximal to the power level of my Reavers build. And these guys are definitely doing damage. We're averaging around 80 to 120 damage, somewhere between there. And we have a lot of stuff by now for damage. So it's good damage right now. Again, there's not really that much more we're going to do. What's this? What? Angelic potential? Where did I get that? Where does that come from? I'm getting morale and status resistance. Where does that come from? From this? What the? Is that like a synergy? Or, oh, is it this? So it's the event that's taking place. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, anyways, I wish that the early game was so congested and I couldn't really take that much territory. I couldn't really expand much. I do wish I could have expanded more. That would have been nice. But of course, there was really no way around that. So we were kind of stuck. But of course, what's the easiest workaround on that? Well, you just spam cities. That's how you work around it. And that, of course, is allowing me to get a bunch of Imperium through the 2 ruler statues that I have. So it works out in the end. We have a bunch of Imperium income. We have a bunch of cities down here, right? You want to make sure that they're congested, but you want to be mostly wise with the placement of everything. I don't know why these guys are not a part of the same army, but whatever. But we're doing really well in this playthrough on golds. It's the mana that is the biggest issue, which is typically not the case, but the deeper you go, typically mana is less of an issue, especially once you start building a lot of your conduits, which I've been building a lot of my conduits here now that I got Chrono Gate and whatnot. So we're doing well on mana. It's not the best, but we're definitely doing all right. So I gotta flesh out a lot of these cities, and Again, I'm making a lot of cities. I'm gonna make sure that oh, hold on. Yeah, I was gonna build a city right here. I was gonna make sure that they're a little bit congested in this area as well. So Sagittarium, the guy up here, and I'm gonna make another city right here. And it should be pretty congested, so that'll be really nice. And eventually I will be picking up Fooled, Paradox, and I will be picking up some of the other ones. After that, we are also going to be getting Brad's Airbnb. So, of course, that's not going to be immediate. I do wish I went a little bit faster with this playthrough. I don't know if I could have. Honestly, I think I could have, yeah. It wasn't fast enough, but we're fine. And of course, we're getting a bunch of armies sent over everywhere, specifically after Shunla, which, you know, we're raising a lot of their provinces here, but for whatever reason, this guy is just not getting killed because I guess my AI, they're taking forever. You know, they're fighting one after the other. They have so many transformations, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, look at these guys. They should totally win at some point, but they're free city vassals, so they're destined to lose just about everything that they fight, especially against these dudes. And especially without Angel Eyes, they're going to have a lot of problems when they fight, but now they're sending in a lot of these units, so they should have a good chance to win. We have a lot of racial transformations. We have Angel Eyes now, so I imagine they're not going to get absolutely wrecked. But we'll see what happens. It's just so weird that they have not won a lot of fights yet. But they are going to try. So. Okay. I really want to go to war against this guy. I do. I might just do it. I might rush it. Right? The war. But yeah, these guys are trying to fight somebody. I don't know who. This is what's so nice about spamming free cities is that you get a lot of armies as a result of spamming them. So it allows you to do quite a bit. Now, of course, we're getting attacked over here. Of course, it has to happen, so. And we never got Umbral Flesh. We are this deep. Now, I do plan on making allies with at least one of the Umbral Dwellings, but I don't know how that's gonna go. I'm gonna cap this off, though, just so that no one builds above ground. Even though that's not the end of the world, if they do. What's over here? Huh? Oh, can I build here? I don't know. Anyway. Can I go to war with this guy or what? Genuine question. Am I allowed? Never allowed. Alright, well. So where do I go? There's a couple of locations to go to. So I guess I could go defend myself. That's pretty much all I should be doing with this army, so let's go do that. We're gonna go over here. Where's this guy going? My gosh. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I will be doing a Spelljammer there. So by the way, of course for this video it's not so relevant, but we did just come out with the video on, the second video on the whole Elon Vivek situation where I talk about the fact that America is not a piggy bank, which ever since the last time I was talking about all of it, you have a lot of people on the right. When I sat there and I said F the right wing and also the left, because as I said, the left, they want to kill you. The right, they're a bunch of cocks and cowards. And a couple of other things. I mean, they're just pathetic losers. But you have a lot of right-wingers right now saying that, to just people in general, they're saying that Americans need to stop being so... This is unbelievable. When I raged, I knew what the frick I was raging at. You know? Because, like, you know, hypothetically, you might want to assume that's a little bit hyperbolous. Which is like, I mean, obviously, it's not. But I'm just going to be like, let's just act like for 2 seconds, it was hyperbolous, right? Or whatever. We want to throw that idea out there. Let's just say that. Okay. Well, of course, I stand vindicated on my everything, just everything that you can imagine. Did they add, by the way, they added a new weapon in here, I think. I don't know. We'll see. I might do another Dragon Claw. I don't really know, though. I can't make good weapons. That's what sucks. I might do a crossbow. By the way, I'm learning a few things now because they've done a lot of rebalancing of everything in this game. So I'm learning a few things about a lot of these hero types. Okay, here's what I'm realizing. Mages are really good, but they're really good for doing a lot of damage to a group of enemies. But that is a lot of damage that they're doing now. Mages are really powerful. I'm now like, okay, they can kind of rock it in late game. I have not done lightning evocation. I don't want to, but honestly, most of the time you're not really hitting more than 3 units with fire evocation. So maybe lightning evocation is fine. I might be using lightning evocation in the future. It's, you know, lightning's a really good damage type, so I might give it a shot. I don't know yet. But regardless, mages are really good for just group damage. And then we got... I wish there was something I could actually build here, but there's just nothing. It's freaking crap. I can't do anything for torso. I mean, I want it... What's regeneration again? I wish I could do hyper awareness on the masks, but I can't. I don't have 2 Archon, no, 2 focus crystals. So again, I don't have 3 Fireforge. We gotta get... How do I get the regeneration? Isn't that 2 Astral Dew, right? 2 Archon. Yeah, we don't have that. Well, that sucks. Yeah, so there's just a lot I can't build. I mean, I can build a lot of bogus stuff. You know, stuff I'm not going to use long term. I guess we can do that. But anyways, yeah, people on the right wing, they're sitting there. And they're saying that you are entitled and that Americans need to get over their entitlement. And they need to just shut up. Shut up and stop being entitled. Right-wingers are saying this. Interesting. Very interesting. And I wonder why I was so pissed off, right? Let's just for a second, right? And this is what I'm saying here. Let's just act like for 2 seconds, being a little bit hyperbolous. It's not that big of a deal. Let's just act like we're going to think that way for 2 seconds. Well, we know better than that, don't we? So, of course, you got these conservatives who want to call out people who are upset that the jobs of fellow Americans, that Elon and Vivek, they want to give those jobs over to a bunch of foreigners that nobody wants in their country. And for pushing back, you are told by right-wingers, conservatives, shut up. You're being entitled. That's what they're saying. Wow. Wow. And I wonder why I made that point, saying it's your country. Your country. And they have the gall to tell you what you should want and what you deserve in your own country. You know, I think I've gotten really sick and tired of conservatives and their anti-entitlement mentality to the very point that you don't even deserve your own country. These are the same clowns. They're getting taxed. I will say this again. Out their ass. They're getting taxed by their own government. And they tell you, take it, bigots, take it. And don't push back. That's what they say. And that's their belief, is that you don't have a right to say what you deserve from your own country. Wow. Wow. And I wonder why I said there's going to be a third party. And also there's a lot of retards out there that want to be like, oh, well, what is a third party gonna do? And, you know, they just start coping. What's the third party gonna do? Fix your actual problems, because everyone else, they're full of it. What other choice do you have? What, you're gonna sit there and make fun of someone that says there's going to be a third party? Now, of course, by the way, there's not that many people talking about this, but there are people who would sit there and say that because they're freaking retards. Because some people have spoken, you know, in the past, people have spoken about other parties, and this is outside of what I'm talking about, of course, but people have spoken about it before in the past, and they're like, oh, well, you're being ridiculous. There's not going to be a third party and blah, 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 blah. Whatever. You're throwing away your country. Does what you say really matter? Listen, this is a simple truth. You either have a third party, and the third party might fail, and they might die very quickly because the country's already lost. However, someone's got to try. Someone's got to give a crap about their own country. Regardless of what you think, someone's got to care. Someone. So yeah, you might think it's a joke. You might think, oh, that's just superstition. It's never gonna happen. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Someone's got to love their country. Someone's got to fight for it. Or else you just lose it. And that's the ultimate truth. Is that, okay, either you lose your country forever and you do it without a fight, so you're a cuck. Literally, you're a cuck. Or you fight for it, you fail. Again, you fail, and then, okay, then it's all lost. But either it goes, it dies. There's no choice in all this. America either goes by the wayside, or you restore it and you make it sovereign for the citizen, and you remove the non-citizens immediately. One way or another. Nobody wants to live in India. I don't know why. If the Indians are so great, why don't they stay in their great country? For some reason, their trash hole country has nothing to do with them. Okay. So for generations, people who surround around and exercise a trash society means nothing. And you know, I remember knowing about that, learning about it and just having the knowledge thereof that they have a caste system. And the more that people actually speak from the frame of their caste system, it's like I'm just gonna say, how the hell are you going to have a country with a bunch of Indians? They have this whole thing about caste systems and classism. And Americans think, oh, we can just kumbaya. We're gonna just live amongst these people. Do you understand what a caste system is? Do you understand what that comes with? You freaking clown. You want to live around people who have the mindset of a caste system in a non-caste society? Are you kidding? And again, these people, they're filthy. They're just entirely gross. They're not as intelligent as Americans, and you want to bring them in? What is wrong with you? Oh, but you're entitled, says the conservatives. How about Americans don't give away their country? This is the issue, is that you have two sides that are equally retarded, the left and the right, sadly speaking. And it's on, one is completely evil and satanic. The other one's useless and a fucking buffoon. Now, by the way, I don't really want to curse. I'm just saying that for myself. Just speaking for me, however, don't really care right now. So it's not that big of a deal, but speaking for me. So anyway. But these people are an absolute clown show. An absolute clown show. And that is putting it nicely. Throwing away your country. You are throwing it away. For one, how dare you? For two, that is so despicable. It is beyond any words I could say. That you would willingly throw away your country. That is truly despicable. So right now you have a lot of conservatives too. They're acting like, oh, this isn't a big deal. Oh, there wasn't censorship. Oh, people didn't have their check marks taken away from them and demonetization, all that stuff. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. By the way, minorities, they love to silence people. Everyone loves to act like that they're conducive for American constitutional beliefs. They're not. And this is something that conservatives have lied about for years, is that you have a lot in common with all these minorities from Hispanic crap hole countries and also African countries and also, I guess now the Indians. Let's talk about them too now. And also the Muslims. You have so much in common with all of them. Why do they call for so much censorship? When their fifis get hurt and people in their own country say, we don't want you in our country, they always call for the censorship of those people and other things, by the way. Why is that? This is retardation. Right now, the European Union, done. It is done. And that pains me to say that. I don't want to see it fall. I mean, screw Britain and all that stuff, Anyway. I mean, just for the sake of saying it, I'm just saying it. But anyways, it pains me to say this, that the European Union is falling and it's already dead. And I don't know what the frick is they're going to have a nuclear fallout. Multiculturalism does not work. It does not work. And you cannot silence people. You cannot silence people and tell them stop being an ist and stop being a phobe, because you will not remove this. Right now, by the way, people are more, air quotes, bigoted than they've ever been before. Why do you think that is? Because they're sick and tired of being around groups of people that they don't want to be around and that they are not like. They're fed up with it. It's very simple. Very simple. And yet you demand that these people should live around people that they see and they can admit to you. that they cannot confirm a quality desirable to live around within these individuals. You know what is more despicable than anything? Well, I mean, a bunch of stuff right now is despicable. So, the conservatives, all of it. But it's the fact that people just cannot be honest and say, you know what, those people are freaking trash. That you can't just be honest and say, no, these people, that group, trash. And I don't want to live around that trash. I don't want it. Now, they can go be around themselves in their country and enjoy their trash together because they have certain cultural norms for certain reasons. I don't care about the reasons. I don't care how legit or illegitimate any of the reasons are. I don't care. It's your country. Stay in your country. And then these minority clowns, they have the audacity to tell you that when you say, I want white country to remain white, they say, you just want the whole world to be white. No. And stop gaslighting people because no one's saying what the truth actually is. You want the whole world to be brown. That's what you want. You want it melanated. Because the majority of the world is also, by the way, melanated, which is no one's fault except your own. You overpopulated yourselves. You deal with it in your own country. Stay the F out of our countries. Stay out. This entitlement is disgusting. And the fact that you can't just simply say, these people over here do not have the same quality as us. And I do not want to be around them. End of the conversation. The fact that you cannot say that is disgusting. You can't just be honest about the situation. You have to dance around it. Oh, I love everybody. And please don't come to our country. Okay, fine. Come into our country. Oh, shoot. They're in my neighborhood. Okay. What do we do next, guys? What do we, shoot, okay, well, time to save up a fortune and move out from my neighborhood. If you can. So it's moral that your country is invaded and that you accept such invasion in fear of becoming a bigot or remaining a bigot. We must defeat the bigotry. So, we accept these rules and conditions, and we allow the invasion to take place. Brave and beautiful, as we all know, and as they say. Brave and beautiful. So you have these clowns that sit there and they say, stop complaining about it. Entitled Americans. Stop complaining. I'm sorry. How the hell are you a conservative? Right now? Telling Americans to shut up when they're concerned about their own country? It's their country. Their country. One more time. Their country. Yeah, there's something called borders. There's something called ancestry. There's something called your race. There's something called I was born to this nationality. Let's be very clear, by the way, about this for another 2 seconds. These people hate America. They come to America to run it dry of its economy. It is a piggy bank for them. They don't love your country. By the way, if you see these people, meet these people, you would know. And I don't even want to add that qualifier because it doesn't take a freaking genius. But the closer you get to the reality, the more that you know. It doesn't matter though. That does not qualify. You don't need to be autistically close to the problem. You just need to know. And that's all that matters. You just need to know. Everyone with common sense knows this to be the case. This to be the truth. So right now, what's happening is that America is being destroyed inside out. It's being killed. The country will not last for long. It will fall last after the EU. But right now, There's something called the replacement of people who are not melanated. That is going on right now. Now, there's a bunch of people, they celebrate this, especially, interestingly enough, a lot of blacks. A lot of them, they love it. Now, I don't know why, they despise white people so much, and they have absolutely no reason. These freaking clowns, by the way, these people. America is the most charitable civilization on the face of the earth, and it does not have to be. They want to sit there and be like, we're oppressed, They want to cry about everything. Honestly, you should suffer. And for some reason, this country that you complain about every day, all day, does you a lot of favors. You, not itself. And yet you have the gall to hate on that country that gives you so much. And I don't even care about that. You should honestly suffer because it's your country. You are responsible for your own country. And yeah, if you have a stinkhole of a country, your problem. Screw yourself. No one owes you sympathy. You live in a dunghole. Make it better. Everyone else had to in history. You don't. Because you're lazy. And you're a piece of freaking filth trash. Absolute clowns. But of course they cry. And of course they sit there. And they hate on America. And then freaking retard Americans tell you, these people need to live in your country. Because that's moral. It's moral to throw away your country. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Bigot. You are not owed your country. Deal with it. So, of course, I am disgusted by the right. I am disgusted by all of these people. They all disgust me. They are absolutely horrific individuals. Throwing away their country. Not giving a flipping crap. These are not patriots, and I don't even know who the patriots are anymore. I actually don't know. As I said earlier in the video, maybe you deserve it. Fine. Guess the country's done. Guess it's dead. And I guess you deserve it. It should go up in flames and it should die. And retards like you should sit there and keep on telling everyone, shut up, bigot, shut up. You have these freaking right-wingers talking like left-wingers, and then they have the audacity to sit there and say that they're not left-wing. Oh, that's interesting. You're not left-wing, huh? And yet you speak just like a leftist. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I wonder what that's about. I do. I have a lot of questions, and I wonder what that's about.
Necromancers are the greatest healers.
So, of course,
Power to cure the greatest ailment.
I've spoken about this at great length, a little bit more in that video that just came out today. And there will be a third party. There will be a third party. There will be, because the conservatives have sold out their country. I don't even know how that happened. I am beside myself. They actually support this nonsense. Instead of America first, it is, for some reason, it is Indian. At times, it's Hispanic first. These are a bunch of neo-liberals, conservatives. I've been talking about this for a long time, and I did not know that the problem was this intense. I didn't know it was this serious. I was not aware. And I've been woken up to the reality that the conservatives are a greater threat to America than I ever realized. They are literally ready to sit there and tell their own people in their own party, shut up. You need to accept this. You're entitled. Oh, I'm entitled. And not the people storming into the country, claiming our citizenship for free. Having anchor babies. Decades of illegal immigration. Illegal citizenship from these clowns. And now you've lost your country. You know that there are now cities, it used to just be towns that are being taken over by Hispanics, and it's turning into New Mexico. In all these different towns across America. You want to know something else? Now it's cities. Cities are turning into third world countries are coming into cities now and taking them over. You know what? And the fucking conservatives, they say, shut up, bigot. Shut up. How dare you? You know what happens when you bring these people in and they become citizens, they become voters? They sit there and they say, America's a white country? How dare you? Silence him. Silence him. He said that America's a white country. They clutch their pearls. They get offended. For you saying the truth. Shut up, bigot. Whose country do you think this is? Shut up. But don't worry, guys. They're going to assimilate. It never happens, by the way. They never do assimilate. But don't worry, it's going to happen eventually. They're going to assimilate, guys. Any day now. And they wonder why Americans are upset. The ones who have any sense left. Of course, there's the cocks who tell you, shut up. You're entitled. Meanwhile, there are those who are actually entitled. There are those coming into your country and they have no business coming into your country, and no one tells them no. They only tell you, the fellow citizen, no. But I don't see these clowns, these retards, these absolute shit stains of America. I don't see them moving to India. I don't see them doing that. I don't see them moving to Africa. I don't see them moving to South America. And yet, they love these countries so much. And they want you to tolerate everything coming from these crap holes. You have to tolerate it. You have to bend the knee. And you have to throw away your country. Your country. And meanwhile, these people who are anti-patriots or ex-patriots, whatever it is, they tell you, instead of moving to the country they love so much, they tell you, let them in. And then they have the gall to sit there and say, you want the whole world to be white. You know what? There's nothing wrong with anyone even saying that to begin with. There's nothing wrong with that. Screw yourself. But on top of that, that's not the conversation. They bring that into the conversation when it has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. What is it actually about? It's about hijacking your country. That is what it's about. And it is about erasing the demographic of people who own that country. It is also about that. You wishing to maintain the sovereignty of your own people, your own country. That apparently now It's been this way now for a growing amount of time, but apparently that is an existential threat, an existential problem. Hi there, this is my country and I want it to maintain its sovereignty sexually, racially, culturally, economically. You're evil and you're bigoted. How dare you? How dare? I'm sorry, would you like to be executed by diversity? Would you like that? Bigot? Would you like that? Is that something that fancies your interest? Because it seems like you're getting ahead of yourself, thinking that your country and your people deserve and have a right to your own borders, your own country. You're privileged. Shut up, bigots. And these people, they have the gall to tell you that these are Americans, that they are Americans. People have lost what it means to be a country and what a country actually is. They've lost it. But on top of this, they're so willing to throw away their country. And there's so many people, the more they see the truth, apparently the more delusional they wish to become. That's for one. Then for two, they would also just in general, they would rather be delusional than it is to be honest and truthful, to look the truth in the eyes and say, I recognize you and I know you for what you are and I will call you out for what exactly this is. No, apparently we now have to popularize the lie. Speak against the truth. Now, why is this? Nobody knows. Apparently it makes you a good person, as everyone likes to say. Makes you a good person. Throw away your country. Now you're a good person. Throw away your ancestry. That makes you a good person. Now, why does that make you a good person? Nobody knows. But just do it, bigot. Throw away your citizenship. Throw away your country. It means absolutely nothing. Be proud. Be proud that you threw away your country. Be proud of it. And by the way, when these people, they walk around and they don't speak your language, don't say a thing about it. Don't say a thing about it. You're not allowed. So here's my question. When does America want to start worshiping the Hinduism? When does it want to start recognizing for the next president that you're going to need to answer before Allah? How many different people's gods do you need to recognize within your country, Christian country? How many gods do you need to recognize outside of your own? How many? This right here is a pure evil that cannot be understated in any way, shape, or form. This is an evil that cannot be understated. This is an evil that will absolutely corrode and kill America. And that is their plan, ultimately. That is their intention, is to kill the country. It doesn't matter for the invaders what happens to your country. It only matters that they cash out before everything falls apart. That is all that matters for them. The invaders, they do not care what happens to your country. They don't care what your country is. It never mattered. For them, it's about cashing out, getting that paycheck, and running before the lights turn on. So anyways, it amazes me to see how many Americans could literally not even care less about the future of their own country and their people. There's so many Americans, they're just like, throw it all away. Who cares? Now, these are the same retards, mind you. They will admit to you that your current modern day movies and media is absolute dog trash. And they also go back and they watch and they listen to older movies, older films. Because they know that everything today that they're getting is absolute filth. They know that. But they don't care. Ultimately, to accept the truth, which is that you are throwing away your own country, your own people, and that to maintain its sanctity, to maintain its sovereignty, you must preserve the race of the people of your country. Something crazy for me recently too that I've been investigating through, or let's just say I've just been sifting through this kind of information. The founding fathers and what they said. There's a lot of them. Even Theodore Roosevelt, he said, I can actually look it up right now. There's so many quotes by the founding fathers. It's insane. They said so many things warning about these problems. And right now today, you are being shamed for calling out and alarming these problems to your own population. You're being shamed. You're being vilified. You're being told that you're evil for speaking out against this. You're evil. If you have any sense left, that is, you're evil. If you're already too far gone, then I guess everything's okay for you. Business as usual. Allow the invasion to continue through. So, let me pull it up. Yeah, he said a couple of things. He has a quote talking about how an immigrant that comes in good faith should assimilate himself. Well, nobody believes in that, and everyone thinks that ultimately that never happens. That is never the way it works. Anyways, he said multiculturalism, or yes, multiculturalism. Let's see. Where is that quote? Okay. Well, this is difficult to find because they keep on wanting to show the same quote instead of Okay, well, apparently, alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to paraphrase it, because I'm really trying to look it up. Wait, maybe I can type it. Alright, quote. Let's try this instead. Alright, well, I've been looking around, and it's not showing me the quotes. I'm literally typing it in, but it wants to show me every other quote outside of this. But Roosevelt did say this, which is definitely largely correct, for the most part. Of course, there's exceptions, but the issue is that the exceptions are not the rule. So this actually happens to be very correct here, what he says, for most people. So he says, the man who really counts in the world is the doer, not the mere critic, the man who actually does the work, even if roughly and imperfectly, which is definitely true. And obviously there are those who do better than others, but it is true that those who actually really count are those who do, rather than those who simply criticize. And that is more true than most people ever care to admit. I mean, there's so many people who they're so willing to criticize, but they've never done anything themselves, right? And they're not willing to. They're too lazy to do it, too stupid. There are definitely those types of people. So anyway, yeah, so it's showing me every other type of quote outside of what I'm typing. It's I'm really trying, but you know what? I'm just going to paraphrase here. So anyways, the quote I came upon, which apparently for some reason I keep on looking up, it won't show. It wants to show me very specific quotes instead, like the same quotes. Okay. So, the quote I came upon, though, is that Roosevelt, he talked about the fact that when you have multiple nationalities within one country, they end up inevitably, I'm paraphrasing, they end up inevitably squabbling amongst one another. Perpetually. And a nation is bound, this is the start of the quote, that a nation is bound to fail when multiple nationalities are squabbling amongst one another for control or authority over it. So, I mean, I could try to freaking type that in, see if that even works. Roosevelt. A nation will fail when multiple ethnicities fight over it. That has to show it to me. That has to be it. Well, it won't show it. What the? Where do you find this quote? What the F? Oh my gosh. What? Oh my gosh, bro. It won't show this for it. Why will it not show me the quote? Dude, okay, so where did I originally find the quote? That's crazy. So now I'm trying to think, like, where is that quote? Where did I find it originally? Wow, that's crazy. Okay, well, I guess they don't want me to find it. That's interesting. Well, anyways, so he was correct in what he said. I'm just gonna put it like that. Now, of course, there's a lot of quotes that he has. A very interesting mixture of quotes. Anyway. But he was correct. Anyways, the way that he put it, it was very well put as well. Man, that totally, I'm completely off my train of thought now. After that, but You know, it does matter though. You know, he, okay, so let's just back to originally what I was saying now. Many of the founding fathers, including a lot of the original leaders of America, closer towards its founding as a country, before, of course, the country got invaded and therefore subverted, they very well understood what America was. They were not confused about this. This was something that they were very aware of. What the country was. And they understood that, more importantly, they understood that the country is made up of its people. And that the second that you introduce people who are not of the country's fiber, you end up having a nation that is bound to fail. A nation that is doomed to its own death. When you have to include all these other demographics, you ultimately have a nation of conflict, no longer a nation of unity, synergy, and control that has a productive future. And that is the problem that we see regarding this entire topic, this entire issue, but specifically with a lot of modern day Americans. They apparently have completely forgotten about what many of the founding fathers warned them about, is that you will lose your country, you will lose your nation if you lose your sovereignty and you lose your identity. So, I had a lot of other thoughts outside of that, but of course, I am off my train of thought. I completely forget where the heck I was going, so I'm just gonna take 2 seconds, I guess, to recount everything. But it is concerning where it is that we are watching the country be pushed. And right now, what we're seeing happen for America specifically, it is absolutely a nation not only in decline, but it is an absolutely invaded and now controlled. It is a nation under occupation is what has now happened. And the second that Americans have the audacity to speak up for themselves and say that we don't want this, this is our country, you will not occupy us, we will remain sovereign, you are now told that you are wrong and you are evil, even though this is actually the closest, it is simply Americans recognizing their ancestry and the warnings from their forefathers how you must maintain your country. And now today, you are shamed for it. You're called an ist and a phobe by guess who? Minorities. Minorities are the ones telling you you're wrong and you're evil and you're an ist and you're a phobe. Why is that? Because you honor your ancestry. You honor your forefathers and what they warned you against. You are evil for this. You are evil for recognizing your forefathers and their warnings, for their sound advice for the next generations. You are evil for it. You are evil for not allowing the invader to take you over. So yeah, anyways, so right, the video has recently come out regarding this whole conversation, the whole problem, as a whole. And by the way, I have no idea how I'm trying to build this guy with the remainder of his skill points. I mean, I'm just thinking I have 3 more points, so I could actually get the Wyvern, but is that better than just grabbing Dark Ritual? This guy's all about doing damage to a group, but maybe getting Dark Ritual is actually a good thing. I don't know. It feels like to me that the decaying zombie would die pretty much immediately, but I mean, are those decaying zombies, is using that better? Would this zombie have? I don't know. As I remember, they nerfed this, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's a good option. If I take this and I take the other one, I'll have another point completely left over for absolutely nothing. I guess I could go grab Resistant Sundering. Maybe I could do that, but typically this guy gets a lot of one-shots now that we're kind of this deep in, and his whole character is about one-shots, so I feel like I should do the Wyvern just for an extra unit on the field, but maybe I should, let's give Dark Ritual a chance. I have not used it on the Death Knight yet, so maybe it's actually good. Anyways, this is the problem though for America, is that the country has brought in all these people and they're not high quality people. And then outside of that, it's brought in all these people who are anti-patriots. These are people who think very differently from Americans and from the founding of America and what Americans always used to be. These people, they don't think like the ancestral core of America. They think like these nouveau Americans. These new age Americans, these people who come in, waltz into your country, and that includes Vivek and that includes Elon. They come into your country. The government allows them to become millionaires and billionaires. That's interesting. I wonder why. There's a bunch of other people that don't get taxpayer dollars to become rich and wealthy. That's really weird. There's also a bunch of people who do not have the government affording them their education. Many Americans, they have to afford their own education. That's also strange. I wonder why. So anyways, man, I'm definitely... This is something that as I said earlier, this is something that I've had a lot of concerns about, and without a doubt, this seems to be the direction that they want to push things for, to absolutely kill the country is what they're going to do. As I've already spoken about a few times before, all the problems that this brings, everything that it does. I'm amazed to see, though, how the right wing, how they're gaslighting the issue, saying it doesn't exist now. That's what they've chosen to do. Even though you can't take the words out of Vivek and Elon's mouths, and you can't take away from them the rhetoric that they believe in and that they hold. You can't take any of this away. You can't strip reality away. However, they believe that you should just ignore it. It doesn't exist. It's not an issue. It's everything that they can do to hand wave this away. Oh, it's not that big of an issue. Oh, it's not really going on. Oh, whatever. Really? So never mind that these people told Americans that you're lazy and stupid, even though, no, you're getting absolutely screwed by your government for multiple decades now. Ignore that. You're being robbed from by your government. Ignore that. And now you even have conservatives saying that you don't have a right, you are entitled, and that Americans need to get over their entitlement. Like you're a bunch of children for saying that your country should be your own. It should be for you, not for a foreigner. Who are these people? Genuine, who are these? Are these Americans? Or is this just a bunch of minorities within the Republican Party? Is that what this is? Is that why they say you're entitled? It's the only way I can make sense of it, is that it's all the minorities within the Republican Party clutching their pearls. It has to be this. I cannot rationalize it otherwise. There's no way. How else is this the case? It makes no sense. Because no American with any common sense would just sit there and say to an American, an actual ancestral American who's pissed off that their country's being invaded and that they don't want the invaders to become citizens and live amongst their people and become their people. I don't get it. You love India so much, go move there. Americans don't want to move there. They want to live in America. You love Africa so much, go move there. You love Mexico or South America so much, go move there. But for some reason, you don't. And instead, when Americans say we want to be America, we want Americans here, nothing else, then you tell them, shut up, bigot. The left and the right saying this. This has been a long time coming. This is a genuine issue, a genuine problem that no one has chosen ever properly address. This is pathetic, to be quite frank. But this, by the way, has been a long time issue that a lot of conservatives, they play ball for the longest time now. They've played ball with the identity politics and moralizing their own defeat, the destruction of their own race and their own culture and their own country. This is why we have wokeness today. As I spoke about before, this is why there is wokeness today. Because you played ball with the left. You played the identity politics. You said, I'm not a racist. I love all groups of people. Republicans are all about advantaging people from other demographics. We love to make everyone wealthy. To the very point that then you get a bunch of people coming in who are minority Republicans. And now they're speaking like liberals, leftists in the Republican Party, saying to other liberals and leftists who are criticizing them, they sit there and they say, no, we're not racist around here. We love everybody and America's for everyone and we're a melting pot and all these things that liberals tell you to believe. That's interesting. They're so afraid of not coming across as a Democrat. They're so afraid not coming across as a liberal, not having liberal philosophies and beliefs. They're so concerned about that. To the very point that now every election has to be about minorities. To the very point that every election has to be about race politics. And then everyone acts like it's not, or it's not an issue, even though now it's no longer about Americans and what is America and how do we maintain America. Now it's about the blacks. They're upset again. The Hispanics, we got to get their vote again. We got to give them some free handouts, or we got to promise them health care. We got to promise them all this stupid trash that they don't deserve. And it's not your country. And now, of course, the growing issues, of course, well, the Muslims, they have their own thoughts. They want Sharia law, I believe. Although, as I understand, both Indians and Muslims believe in Sharia law. At least that, according to some conversations from people I've heard, but as I understand, it's specifically Muslims that believe in that. And by the way, Muslims, they do believe that America should operate by Sharia law. And then you say there's no problem with this, a multiculturalism, it just works great. They don't want you to live and be in America. They want to take you over and control you by their ethics. The Indians coming in, they want you to be India. They just want your economy. That's all they want. And of course, the Muslims, the more of them that come into America, it's already happening right now in the EU. What do you think they expect in the EU? They want Sharia law. And everything else, they want you to worship Muhammad and Allah, their version of God, not the Christian God, their God. That's what they want you to worship. Don't be a bigot. Remember that. Do not be a bigot. No matter what you do, do not be a bigot. No matter what you do, say you love all groups and people. I love all races. I love all demographics. Brave and beautiful, every single one of them. I love them all. And where's your country? Where's your country now? What is left of your nation? Now that you gave it away, now that you said, well, the Muslims should come in. Well, I guess it's moral and we would be bigots if we didn't allow the Indians in. And now everyone's squabbling about worship my God, speak my language. Screw you, by the way, and your language and your God and your country and your ancestry and also your constitution. That should also be ratified and changed because they don't believe in your constitution, even though everyone acts like they do. No, they're here in your country. For your economy. Not for your culture. I'm sorry. That's not even, I mean, that doesn't even need to be said. Better way of putting it. They're in your country simply for the monetary benefits. They're not there for the nationality, for your patriotism, for your history. And even then, if that were the case, that would also be retarded. Let's just be honest about that for sure. That's retarded. How can you honor the sovereignty of your nation, but yet then you throw it away and you say that, you know what, though, we can become something else. You can never do away with that, the fact that your nationality, that your patriotism is directly linked with your race, with your ancestry, with who your people are. To be Indian is to be of India and to come from that background. To be Japanese is to be of Japan and from that background. To be Russian is to be of Russia and from that background. And nowadays we say, nope, nope. So I made this video a couple of months back now. Very interesting, the fact that I have not been able to get around to it, but there's a lot of videos recently I've not been able to get around to, and I do need to finish these videos. It's just taken so long, but we're going to get around to it finally. And now, I mean, I was like kind of wondering to myself, is there going to be another time that this is relevant again? And it doesn't matter so much. It's just a topic to talk about. But you know what? Now it's very relevant for me to come out with this video that I made a little while back. It is yet to be edited through, and it will be. I talk about how global segregation. Right now, countries need global segregation. Desperately. Right now, you need the EU desperately needs global segregation. Asians must go back to Asian countries. Whites must go back. Caucasians must, well, I mean, okay, let's just be honest. They need to stay. Okay, you don't have to tell them that. Anyways, just remain white countries, Caucasian countries, Anglo-Saxon countries. By the way, minorities, they don't believe that there's any such thing as Anglo-Saxon, as Caucasian. And you still ask, what's your problem, bro? Just let them in, bro. They don't even believe that white people exist. Interesting that they're going about things in such a way where they don't really want you to exist either. Interesting, to say the least. Anyway. Okay. Anyways, I have this video that definitely now needs to come out because we need to address this problem without a doubt. And that is to address this problem, that is to address this issue where, again, people need to go back to their countries. Muslims need to go back to their countries. Those from India need to go back to India. Hispanics need to go back to South America, wherever they came from. They need to just go to whatever South American country you want to be in. Go back. The Anglo-Saxons must retain their countries, their history, their language, their culture. Everyone needs to go back to their people. Exist amongst their people. It would be nice if we could have a stipulation that people could have tourism. But tourism really cannot be trusted in a lot of regards. And if it is to be trusted, it needs to have a lot of parameters, new parameters. Including, for instance, I mean, you need to have a life that is actively going on in your country where if you leave your country, right, you've got a home, you've got a job that you need to, or some kind of, I don't know, a business, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. You have something, you have an entire life going on in your country so that when you leave to another country, clearly you can't just suddenly say, I'm just going to overstay in this country and never leave. No, you obviously need to stay in that country. You obviously need to only go to that country for so long that you're going to, and then come back to the country that you live in because you're leaving behind an entire life, your home, your kids, whatever. Then you can be a tourist. Okay, fine. But under those very limited criteria that cannot be bent or twisted. But even then, will people just forge information? Yeah, probably. So that's a big problem. So whatever it comes down to. Countries must retain their people. And right now, today, what's happening, this is the biggest issue, is that everyone is flirting with the Tower of Babel. That is what's happening right now. Everyone is flirting with the Tower of Babel. Everyone thinks, let's have a multicultural utopia. Everyone can't speak the same language. I mean, of course, Tower of Babel was different. Doesn't matter. But everyone thinks that while they have a different language, different beliefs, different gods, whatever, they think we can just build the Tower of Babel and that we should. Stay in your country. End of the story. Right now, this is a problem that's going to create a lot of future problems. Many future problems that honestly, hostility is going to become a growing issue. Well, I mean, it already is, but you know, this is not good what this is bringing. There's so many layers to this entire problem. And people think that you can just bring people in and it's like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. Nothing of issue. You're not gonna lose what your country is. You know, what is Germany? What is a German, for instance? When you see a woman and she's brown, do you think that's a German? Is that a German? Do Germans deserve their own country and their people? Or should they suddenly say that, well, someone that's clearly not German, they should now be German? Should they say that? This weird sense of racial relativism that everyone has now chosen left and right to believe in, they've all decided that you have to trust these beliefs, these philosophies, these principles, these ideals, that you can just selectively choose out your race and your nationality, and that nationality has no connection to race. This is why American stories suck today. This is why, because there is no racial premise of the story. You know, a lot of these woke tards right now today making stories, you know that they would start making a lot better stories if they just admitted that America was a white person's country and they just started making proper Americana again. Even if they're liberals, they would be making good stuff again. Maybe it's not the best, maybe it's not, whatever, doesn't matter. And yeah, conservatives can make a lot of stuff that's better than a lot of these liberals, and sadly they're not being allowed into the industry. That sucks. However, a lot of these liberals, suddenly they would be making good stuff if they just simply admitted once again upon themselves, I live within a white country and I am going to make a film that represents white people. And you know what would happen? Americana would be alive again. Blacks would love these movies again. That would be interesting. Everyone knows that would happen, and it's not even rocket science. But anyways, the blacks would enjoy the movies again. The foreigners from different countries, they'd be like, oh, you seen that American film? Have you seen that recently? Wow, it was kind of good. That would be happening again. But guess what? Because America will not allow upon itself its homogeny, instead it's enforcing multiculturalism, it will never have a good story ever again. It will never have a good movie, a good video game. That's why everyone's looking out to right now Asian countries, because they for right now are homogenous. But guess what? They will not be homogenous for long. Because right now they are also dealing with problems, which is just sad to say. Everyone's being destroyed. Now, of course, there's specific countries that are doing fine, and they are much more authoritarian on these problems. So because of their authoritarian rule, they're not going to be threatened by these issues. Their issues are different from this. That includes, for some of them, overpopulation, but outside of that, well, specifically for China, we can say that. However, a lot of the countries that will survive this nuclear fallout of multiculturalism, it's going to be the countries that are not multicultural. That's ultimately the truth. And of course, that is a dwindling number of countries. Hopefully they can retain themselves, honestly. Because there's got to be someone that isn't a freaking nuclear wasteland of diversity. It's got to be somebody. Civilizations can only survive within their monoculture, within their mono-racial makeup. So by the way, outside of that, I'm going to be making 3 cities down here. I think in a situation like this, we could actually do 4 cities, but I think that's maybe overkill, or maybe not. That could actually be a good idea. So I guess I will run over here, and we can make a... We can actually make... Oh. So we can make a city right here. And I'm going to make a city in the left corner. I'm gonna run this biatch back over here. And we're just gonna soak up all these resources. So anyways, everyone knows what it is that they are sacrificing when it comes down to these countries. Everyone knows. Everyone's well aware of what it is that they are getting rid of, what it is that they are losing. Everyone's well aware of what's happening right now. I could connect, by the way, right here, 4 of these cities, and that would give me a lot of knowledge. So anyways, as I was saying, everyone knows what they're losing. Everyone knows what's being thrown and tossed away. But right now, everyone is having to live under the guise that a nation can be built up and surrounded by people of multiple nationalities, that you can have a contest to the identity of your nation, and that there is no problem, and that there is nothing of sacrifice being made. People are acting like that you can lack any sovereignty and still sustain your nation. Which is probably the most depressive concept of all, is the idea that you can lose what you are and somehow maintain the essence of your being. That doesn't even make sense, but somehow you can transmit the soul of a nation from one genetic line to the other, some other random one that has nothing in common with you. There really is nothing more depressing than cultural and racial relativism. Alright, so I imagine this is probably better, right? Okay, so anyways, bringing it back down to the basis of where this all started. So anyways, it's just been interesting. I'm noticing, I've been looking at the conversation surrounding all this, witnessing as you have right-wingers telling other right-wingers that they are, we can do consume chaos now. I was not expecting that. Okay, well, I guess we will use that. You have right-wingers telling other right-wingers that you are privileged, that you need to quiet yourself. Or again, if it's not privileged, you're entitled, but I mean, whatever. You know, they're different from each other, but anyways, one or the other. They're telling their own party that everyone's entitled. even though it's your country and you're concerned for your own country and you have more than a right, you have the absolute authority. This is the issue, is that people want to say, typically like to say, you have a right to this, a right to, no. You have the authority. You have the authority to say what it is that you want out of your own country. You have the absolute authority. It is not entitled to you. It is not even owed to you. It has already been given. It is your birthright. Man, these dudes have a lot of armies. I forgot that I was building this guy over here. It really is crazy to say, but China is doing a better job with their own country than America is. It's been that way for a while now. China is sincerely a country that is not screwing over their citizens as terribly as right now these egalitarian countries. Because despite all the problems within China, at least Chinese people can be around Chinese people. At least they have that. At least they don't have to feel like they're being actively invaded. And when people are coming into their country, what happens? Yeah, those people, they don't have a good time trying to invade China. China does what it's supposed to do. It gets rid of the invaders. Which is probably the most respectable thing that anyone could see out of China. At least they protect their borders. At least within recent history. I don't know if eventually they're just going to stop. I don't know. But they should protect their borders. They should protect their nation. And as I understand it, there's a bunch of other countries that are also protecting their nations and their borders and their populations. So, well, did I say a bunch? There's very few, but the other ones who are doing it as well, good on them. But again, it's a small number, because everyone else that's an egalitarian retard moron, they're sitting there and they're like, how many more people can we stuff into like sardines into our country? And then how many of our own citizens can we gaslight and tell them that they're evil when they say that they want to be amongst their own kind in their own nation? And then as you are getting pillaged and as, certain atrocities are being made and then people never learn their lesson, and as the atrocities occur, you just say, whatever. For as much as people say they don't like dictators, at least dictators keep their country safe. At least they're not like these other retards who say, oh, whatever. Freedom for everybody. Everyone deserves a little bit of freedom. Let's have so much freedom. And I said this in a lot of videos back now, but I think within these playthroughs, I talked about the fallacy of freedom. And that you come to a point where there is so much freedom that you begin to suffocate yourself, that you begin to constrict yourself, that you begin to be very selective on words here. You begin to, I don't want to say restrict. There's a word connected to suffocate though. But you do, and that's the word. you do begin to tyrannize yourself due to your fallacious principle belief in freedom. Because you chase after freedom like it's a god, because you believe in freedom to its absolutes, you then become tyrannized by freedom. What is that? Of course, we've understood that once upon a time as anarchy, which a lot of people believe that you can make anything functional within anarchy. It just shows to you the retardation of a lot of these people, especially egalitarians. Anarchy brings you nothing, it brings you tyranny. Just like, of course, some want to say authoritarianism or whatever, too much control over a nation brings its own tyranny. Well, sadly, now today, people, they want to believe in this fictitious lie, which is that there is a great virtue behind freedom. No, you only want so much freedom as you are rightfully deserved. That is why it is called your civil liberties, not your civil rights, which is another thing that we've spoken at great length before in one of these playthroughs a while back now. But whatever, your civil liberties is what you are owed, not your civil rights. Civil rights is one of the greatest corrosive ideas to ever exist. It is satanic. It is evil to believe in civil rights because you are believing that you are entitled to anything that you have not earned upon yourself, because you must earn upon yourself what it is that you believe you think you deserve. And that does not mean to be a slave, like a lot of retard conservatives believe that you need to be a slave to get anything that you want out of your life. No, just simply work hard and earn rightfully what you deserve, not to be a slave, only to be a hard worker. But of course, people are too retarded to understand the difference between being a hard worker and earning as you rightfully deserve, and then also just being a retard that doesn't work hard at all, right? But you still believe that you are entitled to something. So you have people who don't understand the balance, of course, and that's a problem. But outside of those people and the problem that they are, we're looking at entire generations and populations of entitlement. They believe that because they exist and they didn't do anything to earn anything, they deserve to have a bunch of things. I deserve this, I deserve that, I'm owed this, I'm owed that. No, you're not. And you know, or should know, that you do not deserve anything. That you are owed absolutely nothing, unless you are, of course, rightfully deserving, or, of course, righteous, which is something that is a biblical concept, is righteousness. Which, of course, everyone now has forgotten about what is righteousness and what does it mean to be righteous. Now, everyone wants to qualify the unrighteous. And that is the difference between those who sin and those who do not sin, those who are deserving and those who are not deserving, is ultimately the qualifier of righteousness. There's no problem, for instance, within slaying your enemy. But are they unrighteous, and are you righteous within your slaying of the enemy? A hero does kill. Now that is propaganda today, that we say that heroes do not kill. But of course, heroes, they do kill. And they kill often, but only within righteousness. Now, of course, today we say that everything, again, we have to qualify the unrighteous, and we make it out to be that even villains should be saved. That a cuck like Spider-Man needs to make sure that throughout an entire film, a bunch of mega maniacal villains, they need to be saved. That you need to spend an entire film saving villains rather than putting them to their rest. And by the way, apparently, right, they were resurrected through timeline stuff in the story, right? Anyway. No, villains deserve to absolutely be executed. There is no righteousness in allowing evil to persist itself. There is no righteousness within that. There is no good in it. whatever good means, because no one even understands what that means anymore, so whatever. But this is the problem that you now have. For instance, within America and places anywhere egalitarian, is sympathy for villains, sympathy for criminals, sympathy for those. And it's so funny. It's so funny because these retards, they like to make certain people within history who wanted to maintain the sovereignty of their country, 1930s Germany, wanted to maintain the sovereignty of their own country and their own people. They like to vilify them. They like to make up a lot of propaganda around them, demonize them. But then when it comes down to actual psychopaths, they want you to feel sympathy for psychopaths. They want you to feel sympathy for criminals. You have to allow them into your country because that makes you a good person. Somehow you've achieved a moral good by tolerating those of actual wrong and actual evil, those of actual detriment to civilization. And again, that brings us back to this point where people say that you are entitled for wishing to stand upon the premise of your country, saying that we are the citizens and we demand this. No, that makes you evil. Then you get to a point where people sit there and they denounce their own citizenship and they say that the whole world should be their citizenship. You get to this point where these egalitarian civilizations, they completely decay and corrode every sound notion and basis of what makes society a civilization. And somehow that makes you morally and virtuously good. So by the way, I think we're going to go get Brad's Airbnb at this point. Yeah, we got to get rid of players off the map, so let's actually definitely wipe them off the map. I do want to get the Shrine of Smiting. That is something huge I've been wanting to use with an Angelized build, so we will be building some of those units for sure and trying that out. You know, it is interesting. Very specific people have in the past, they forewarned about a lot of this. Of course, some of them are many generations ago, and then others, they forewarned about idiocracy and the growing issue that is the growing problem surrounding idiocracy. And now you are seeing it in full display in a multitude of ways. It is unbelievable to see the right characterize themselves as the left. It is truly amazing to see that. And some of these people are actual legitimate supposed conservatives. Again, they're neoliberals. This is a problem for a long time. A lot of conservatives are feminist. This is something I've been saying for a while. Many other people, by the way, have been saying this too. But this is absolutely true. It's just how feminist a lot of conservatives are. The neoliberal problem has been a long-standing issue, and now it's shown itself in full force. To see Republicans telling other or conservatives, whatever, telling their own fellow kind that you are entitled for standing upon your country and saying, I want my country sovereign. Seeing that, for me recently, seeing that is like, okay. At some point, people have got to get freaking honest about this freaking trash. You know, you can gaslight people all day. At some point, do you not freaking see what's in front of you? At what point do you wake up to... When I heard these freaking conservatards sitting there saying, you're entitled, shut up. Come on, man. Come on. Like, what does it come down to? When do you finally stand up for your own self and your people and say to your own fellow man, for whatever reason, is deciding, or whatever the frick they are, who knows what the F they are? You don't have a clue. There's a lot of these people, though. There's a lot of these conservatives who think that you do not have a right to your own country. I don't know where this came from. This has been brewing for a long time. This has been a problem for a long time, but I have not realized how great of an issue this is. I did not realize that they actually are so willing now to admit it to you. You are not owed your own country. And then people tell you, don't tear each other apart. Oh, guys, stop worrying and wrestling upon one another. Stop it, guys. Oh, the left wants you to do this, guys. Shut the F up. Do you not see the fact that you have snakes in the grass amongst yourself? Do you not see that you have people saying that they are your ally, whatever the F that is? I don't care, whatever, just lack of a better term, okay? You have these people who are pushing for Democrat beliefs and policies. Meanwhile, they tell you that they believe in anything that you also believe in or whatever. And they're going to tell you and pressure you to immoralize you as well, to follow and believe what it is that they follow and believe. Which happens to be a lot of Democrat beliefs. Isn't that interesting? They happen to be Democrats. Whatever that's about. You have these people right now who want to legalize illegal immigration. They want to open up the floodgates, but in a more proper way, right? And they don't believe it to be a problem. And on top of that, they, of course, they don't have to live with the consequences. They never do. You have to. But somehow you are the one that's ignorant. You're the one that's a buffoon. You're the one that's a fool. You're the one that's evil and wrong. And you're the one that they should make a film about, saying that you're the villain. Again, we never make films about actual real life villains. We never do that. And why? Because it makes people too uncomfortable. If you actually made a story, if you actually made a film or whatever else about actual villains, people would get very uncomfortable. So you have to sell them a lie. You have to sell them a fictitious idea of who a villain is. Oh, it's this person. Oh, it's this person that thinks they're better than everyone else. That's the villain. It's not those pieces of filth who can't even, they don't have proper hygiene. They don't know how to behave themselves. They're completely disrespectful to people around themselves. They're completely entitled pieces of filth. And they all happen to be from specific demographics as well. You can't make a film on that, even though that's actually a more proper idea of a villain that everyone knows to be true. Okay. All right. There are so many people who would rather live within the lie over anything else. And they would rather enforce upon you, pressure you, moralize you, shame you for the sake of the lie. Even if it brings about your own ruin, they don't care. For some reason, this is their sense of ethics and morality. This is their sense of right and wrong. This is their existential battle. This is the battle for them between demons and angels, is destroying you. As long as you don't bend the knee and kiss the ring towards their demented state of mind, they wish for your execution is what they wish for. And at the very least, the death of your nation, your country, and therefore the essence of your people, believing that they can move the soulless husk of your people into something else that's new, that somehow means something better, even though nobody knows what the F it is. You know, this is kind of unrelated to what I'm talking about here, but it is interesting whenever people try to criticize the idea of preaching to the masses. Preaching to the masses. People like to vilify this idea of preaching to the masses. Something that is true to actually recognize about anything that regards, air quotes, preaching to the masses, because it's just something that, you know, a lot of people, this is something that's been popularized recently. A lot of people like to say this. But here's something to actually realize whenever someone says this, is that all you ever have are the masses. All there ever is are the masses. This idea that anyone somehow is only preaching to the masses, no, what you have are the masses. And when you speak, you're not speaking to convert anybody most of the time. You are either speaking to give permission, that's number one. Leftists, they understand this very well. Speaking to give permission. Oh, look over there, a bigot. Execute immediately. That's why they call you a bigot, an ist, a phobe. These are terms to activate their base, to activate the sleeper cell agents around themselves. Oh, look, I found a racist. They say to minority, that's supposed to activate minority to target racists. That's why they say it. What you say is meant to only either rouse those who are of your masses, or it is to give them permission to whatever, to think, to believe, to whatever. You are accessing a gateway of what it is they're allowed to think, say, or do. That is the point of speech. There's no such thing as you are preaching to the masses. There's only such a thing as the masses, and you're only communicating to those who must be given permission, or you are communicating to those who are already convinced of your position, and now you're just sharing conclusion. That is it. Or you are providing greater expanse and greater depth to conclusion. There are only those who can actually perceive what it is that you say, and there are those who cannot perceive what it is that you say. There are those who, for some reason, they will always want to think like a communist. And there are those who think like those of merit. Those of meritocracy. There is nothing you can say or do to change those of lacking merit and wishing for communism, Marxism, or socialism. There's nothing you can do. It is built and wired within themselves that they wish to take from those who merit. And that is the essence of socialism, Marxism, communism, the ultimate premise is that those who merit, those who labor, should be extracted from for those who do not merit and do not labor. That is the entire premise of socialism, communism, Marxism. You are extracting from those who merit for those who cannot or will not merit. You will not remove this belief from those who believe in it. There is no such thing convincing those who will not merit upon themselves any premise, any principle of merit. You are either born with the idea, I must earn upon myself, or you are born with the idea, things must be, goods must be given unto me. It must be shared upon me by the collective, by those outside of myself that labor. I must not provide unto myself. So anywho, man, yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. Everything that I've been paying attention to and everything I've been seeing, it's like, wow. Again, I mean, I absolutely mean it. F the right. And, you know, I'm definitely tempted to just say absolutely screw them, but anyways, yeah, absolutely screw them. They are in bed with these communists, absolutely. And by the way, that means Satanists, by the way, there is a history of Satanism with Marxism, to be clear. And women actually have a thing for witchcraft, by the way. Do not forget this. People try to tell you, moralize you, oh, the Salem witch trials, they were wrong and they were evil. Do you understand that women actually have a thing for witchcraft, which is actual Satanism? Once you actually see it, you're like, oh, these chicks are actually into possession. They're actually into this weird voodoo crap, whatever the frick it is. They actually have a demonic bone in their body. I understand now what the frick that was. And then they sit there and they try to tell you though, oh, it was all made up. Oh, they're just evil bigots. They trying to hurt women and their freedom or whatever. No, these are actual satanic women. There are actual women who want to worship through voodoo and witchcraft for whatever reason. The point being is that there's a lot of lies that were definitely told for a very extensive amount of time, for whatever reason. I don't really know, but the more that you understand a lot of these things, the more you understand a lot of these topics, these issues, the more you realize, oh, everything that they called people crazy for, these people happen to be maybe partially right. There is actual witchcraft that goes on. For whatever reason, don't know why. Honestly, it makes no sense to me. Why are you pursuing witchcraft? I don't know. But okay, they want to be witches. Which is demonic. And again, Marxism. Karl Marx. People who followed Karl Marx, they have a history with satanic belief and having a despise for God. Interesting. Very interesting. And yet these are things that you are told that you are crazy for believing or for buying into or whatever, just whatever. however it is that you recognize this truth, you're told that you are making it up in some way. Very interesting. And now you have these people, they act like things like wokeness do not exist. So it doesn't take a genius to actually start wondering. It's like, they act like witchcraft isn't real and that, those crazy bigots from, some elder years that went after out of their way after witches and, burned them on a stake. Oh, wow, they were so crazy. And that's witchcraft obviously doesn't exist. And they really had it out for these women. Oh my God, how evil and wrong, right? Am I right, sisters? Meanwhile, actual witchcraft, for some reason. And now, and again, so many other things that you're just gaslit on, oh, that's not real, oh, that's just, oh, that's hyperbolous or whatever. Then, it's interesting how much people love the gaslight, but anyways. But it's so fascinating how now you have people trying to sit there and say that wokeness does not exist. That is so interesting that the very people who pushed for wokeness, they're now saying wokeness does not exist. You made it up. Really? Everyone's just making it up? Wokeness? They made it up? That's what you're going with now? That's what you're deciding to say? People just made up wokeness as a term? As a concern? Even though ESG, DEI, and all the organizations, Diageo, GARM, how many organizations that throws millions and billions of taxpayer dollars, which I don't even know where they get all this money at this point. What the frick? Okay. They throw all this money around for woke ideological reasons. And then you say, oh, this doesn't exist. Oh, it's not real. You're making it up. You're crazy. Who the frick are these people? They literally do not believe that reality exists. Literally. You have actual witchcraft that women pursue. And then they sit there and they just say, it's all made up. The Salem witch trials and all that stuff. Oh, they were just a bunch of crazy white guys, am I right? You don't think that these women were actually trying to commune with Satan? The very thing that they were intending to do, you don't think they were trying to do that? Okay. Interesting. Whatever. I have no idea what I'm doing with this build. I might do the vigor, but that seems completely unnecessary. And then doing the melee magic, why would you even do that? It makes no sense. It seems like it's really just meaningless. So I guess I'll do vigor, but then I have no idea what to do after that. Maybe Wait, while army, oh. It would be nice if the hero also got endurance training, because it's not really that good of a... Yeah, why doesn't the hero get that? That makes no sense. Yeah, that's stupid. Those are not even good stats. In the end. Alright, I guess I'll do both of these just to try to maximize a little bit of my damage here. Oh. We gotta rank up those guys. It's really nice getting ascended warriors. So I'm gonna get these guys up to legendary next turn. That is definitely nice to do, and we get everything that comes with that. There's so many bonuses for ranking up your units, especially the deeper you go into the game. I never realized, right? You get 50% upkeep reduction. You get your bonus from the skill tree here, which do I have it yet? Yeah, I do have it. So, and then you also get extra defense and damage. So they really make sure that ranking up your units makes them pretty powerful. Alright, so we're back. We are freaking back. I don't know if I said I was walking away for the recording here, but whatever. Anyways, we are back. So we got Derp Wrangler. Looks like he is joining up. Oh wow, he showed up. I really wanted to get my freaking Eldritch. Dang it. Whatever. Alright. Unfortunate. Indeed. So, I was... okay, let's do Starblades, by the way. Let's do that. We got a lot of stuff we gotta get this guy. And other ones like him. But, let's get that damage. Let's get that damage bonus. Anyway, yeah, so... Man. So, I found the quote. By the way. Love of God. I actually found it. It was a little bit difficult at first, but I found it like a freaking queer. I got it. So, here we go. This is the quote by Theodore Roosevelt. Now, this is the extension of the quote. Very quickly, we're getting... So the first sentence is an extension of what I read, which is fine. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. The one absolutely certain way of bringing this nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing to be a nation at all, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities. So one more time. There's no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. The one absolutely certain way of bringing this nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing to be a nation at all, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities. Now, of course, I could see ways of how people would attempt to possibly mangle that and say that, well, this is the reason why other groups should not wrestle with each other when they're within the same country. And of course, you can't control that. And of course, that is inevitably what happens, regardless of what you believe. So, regardless of all things, really what the quote means, very simply, as we all know, 81%, wow, that's what 16 does for you, dang. Really what the quote means, right, is what it means. It's, there is no such thing as hyphenated Americanism, right? That you can just staple on some other society, some other culture to what you are, to what your people will be, and you decide to say or believe that everyone can make their addendum upon your people and what you are. And that if you allow such a thing, that will bring your civilization to ruin. There is no other way around it. And right now, by the way, there's some horrible stuff, man. The crap going on right now in the EU, it is on right now. Like I was just checking out some stuff from stuff going on in Sweden, and it is woof. Dude, I mean, a lot of brave and beautiful gangs running around, you know, doing the usual. And if you can think of the worst, they're doing the worst. And, you gotta love how certain women, they really love to believe in multiculturalism, but then certain women, they really have to pay for that multiculturalism. And there's always a strange justification for it. It's always these brave and beautifuls, diverse individuals, happen to be male. They always have a specific excuse for why they forcibly copulate. Oh, I didn't know that forcible copulation was bad. Oh, my mother told me that I can't get with a white girl. So then I just went out and did it anyways, forcibly. That's the kind of stuff they say. It is absolutely disgusting. This belief that you can just throw anybody into your nation and that there's no consequence that will follow of that. I mean, now there's so many people, they're just, sadly, you know, there's a lot of victims to this problem, but eventually you have to learn what it is, right? So as tragic as it is for what it is, you know, I mean, at some point, people have got to get their freaking heads out of their freaking butts, all right? They got to get their heads out of their butts. Let's put it like that. And they got to freaking wake up to this, man. This is enough. Again, global segregation. It's enough. It is literally, everyone knows all throughout history, this has never worked. By the way, a very specific type of individual coined the term melting pot. Can you guess what type of individual this was? If you know, you know. So let's put it like this. They happen to be a very small percentage of populations across the globe, strangely enough. Now, apparently, a lot of them were done away with, as we say. But then somehow there's a very large number of them still to this day. And they happen to be everywhere. Specifically with power. They specifically were the ones who coined feminism, Marxism, / communism. 30 million Bolsheviks, Russians, the Bolshevik Revolution, that whole thing. Christian Russians are dead. 30 million to this whole thing that we're talking about here. 30 million, a number that I guess doesn't matter much, right? And then, of course, there's Mao's China that also, you know, communism doesn't work, but that's another thing outside of all that. Anyway, so very specific individual supported multiculturalism, specifically melting pots. And now today we're seeing a lot of melting pots, and we're seeing a lot of people in general. And of course, people love to use the stories surrounding women and what they have to pay as the price for brave and beautiful multiculturalism. Do not forget, brave and beautiful. Brave and beautiful. And it's a great thing. Highly the best and the brightest of their countries, by the way. Do not forget, the best and the brightest of their countries. We got to bring them in. At the expense of our own people, of course. Do not forget. Brave and beautiful. Brave and beautiful. Me personally, I am a huge fan, a huge supporter of multiculturalism. I personally find it terrific and beautiful. Everything it comes with, I am in the absolute full support thereof. I actually have conscripted myself to their, what do they call it? Political party. I actually give them a lot of donations. Tons of donations. Brave and beautiful. I am a staunch supporter, some would say, of multiculturalism. Everything that it brings is beautiful. Beautiful. If you questioned it, there's something wrong with you, obviously. If you question it, you're entitled. Do not forget. It's good to remind ourselves how entitled we are, right? From time to time, you gotta just remind yourself, I am entitled. My country is everyone's country, right? My society, my people, my women. You gotta make sure that you give away your women. God help you if you say that your women are for your people. No, you gotta make sure that the forcible copulators, they gotta have a piece as well. Gotta make sure. It would be highly bigoted to not allow such sharing, right? You know, as a young child, you're told you need to share. So, as we all grow up and we all learn, okay, so we got to make sure that the forcible copulators, they have their share, especially the ones with melanin. We got to make sure that they have their share of the lacking melanin selection. You have to make sure, or else there's a huge problem, and we all know we don't want those problems. So you got to make sure that you share, or else you're evil, as we all know. It goes without saying that yes, you are evil, but at some point, someday, you might want to correct yourself, right? And do not forget that all civilizations are equal. All cultures are equal. All gods are equal. Don't forget. Everything is equal. Everything. I wonder who came up with the idea of equality. I wonder who came up with that. Now, I actually don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I should look it up, honestly. I don't know. It would be funny, though, if I found a certain result that was actually, at this point, it's growing to be expected, right? It would be very interesting. And maybe I should just check it out and see. But do remember the importance of limiting speech and censoring people. It's very important that freedom of reach, freedom of your speech, it should be limited. Of course, if you don't believe in the right positions, if you don't follow the right strands of thought, remember this. Be very careful. Be very careful what you allow yourself to believe or think or say. Just remember, yeah, you know those problems going on, just ignore it. It does not concern you, obviously. It is best that you just ignore. Ignore the problem. Ignore the issue. It's good for you and everyone involved. By the way, in news of all this, more people recently just got demonetized, and other people
Snuff it out.
got silenced on X as of late regarding this whole issue surrounding opposing the H-1B visa immigration topic. Now, of course, everyone that is for the H-1B visa, they are not demonetized. They have not been silenced, or their reach has not been reduced. Or, I'm sorry, the freedom has not been dwindled. However it is that we're supposed to put it, you know, that whole thing. So anyways, more people have been silenced for speaking out about this, being truthful about this, speaking their mind how they chose to. They follow the law. They're not a criminal. They're not forcibly copulating anyone in countries. I guess not yet. Maybe they should start doing it because apparently nobody cares. Everything you do is not wrong. You should be ignored by systems that should correct improper behavior. Apparently you have more rights, to put it simply, when you forcibly copulate. It's an interesting dilemma, if you would like to call it that. Maybe that's bigoted, so maybe I shouldn't call it dilemma. Because, you know, that's harmful to those who create problems. So I should try to word it differently to be more accepting of other orientations, as they say. So very interesting. Very interesting that speaking out on this necessitates so much censorship, taking away your bread. Interesting that they get their right to speech, but you don't. And for a second, I thought I was being hyperbolic. Now, I didn't actually. It's just a nice figure of speech to act like, oh wow, I was being so crazy for 2 seconds there. And then, of course, you see what's going on and you're like, okay, nice. Very nice. Now, again, remember, those who are being silenced, they pay their taxes. They make an income, which means they're contributing in some way to the economy. They follow the law. Well, I guess we got to make new laws so that they break those, right? Your freedom of speech is a problem, so I guess they broke that law, your speech. Right? So interesting, though, that they are law-abiding citizens who contribute to their society, and then they get censored for talking about a legitimate issue and adding a lot of substance to that problem. Very, very interesting. Interesting how that works. And I'm sure that's not communist or anything. It's not Marxist doing any of this. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Taking people's property, taking away their ability to earn because just governmental reasons. That's all. Now, of course, not all of, and then, of course, removing the right to speak. Of course, there's that too. And then exist in general. Now, of course, not all of these things are happening, but that is how these things go. And when they're willing to do this, they reveal to you just how much they're willing to do in a whole. You know, as a whole. And by the way, do not forget, there are the conservatives who tell you that this is all made up. There's no problem here. Nothing's going on. Nothing's amiss. No one's being silenced, or at least rightfully silenced, or whatever. Whatever you're meant to believe, okay? It's not happening. Everything's going according to plan. So those people right now getting silenced, just don't even think about that. Don't pay attention to it. So right now, a lot of people are getting silenced surrounding the whole H-1B visa situation. Their speech is being inhibited. And of course, the individuals who either say nothing or they are in support of mass, air quotes, legal migration, they're not being silenced. How interesting. And do not forget, you are entitled. As much as you are making everything up, you are entitled. How dare you say what you expect your country to be? How dare you? And by the way, there's a bunch of people sitting there saying that India has better math tests. India does everything better than America. Americans. Interesting. Now, of course, if it's so competitive out there, and if they really are the best of the best, then I wonder why they want to leave their paradise, right? Because Indians are the great arbiters of paradise, correct? So, I do suppose they have a point. Americans, they have no right to speak upon, do I wish to live around fellow Americans? Do I wish to be in my country with my values, with my religion, with my culture, with my customs, with my mannerisms? Or should we just throw that all away and abide by someone else who happen to come from crap hole countries and live like a crap hole country? I guess that's a better idea. We should live as a crap hole country instead. Correct. And right now, the EU, they're having a great go at embracing diversity. Their women are having a great time in hospital beds after a long night of diversity. They're just taking a rest in a hospital bed because it works out great for everyone involved. Now again, what you want for your country, for your people, all of that happens to be a little bit, outside of being a bigot, you're a bigot. Don't forget that. Anyways, you're being entitled. I'm sorry, what did you want for your country? Entitlement. You are so entitled. You're so mother effing entitled. You need to get over yourself. Make sure you get over yourself before you ever speak again, okay? Or else we're gonna have to diversify your neighborhood, honestly speaking. And we're, in diversity, we'll set you straight at some point. At some point. That's what we're hoping to do. They will correct you through the errors of your ways. And we will see you soon in the hospital bed. Something that interestingly the left and the right seem to happily support for some reason. Because mass migration in general, mass immigration is a great thing. It works for everybody. Especially those in hospital beds. Especially those. Well, nice. So the way I was, by the way, earlier when I was going through this mage dragon, I reworked him so that he actually is a proper mage dragon, because the way I did it in my previous playthrough was actually pretty illegitimate. Now, obviously, mages, they don't come with as much defense as your typical units, your melee unit or whatever, and you typically don't build them for it. So I went about this guy differently, because typically mages, they're not supposed to be getting hit a whole lot, and if they do get hit, well, they have stuff like displacement and whatnot. So I decided to give this guy crit chance so that he has a higher chance of nuking biatches from orbit. So this guy has the potential of getting up to 60% crit chance right now, and with fortune that goes up to 90%. And there were other ways to increase it, but it's good enough. And then we have, so yeah, we got the chaos aspect for that, so that we can get a little bit of a boost in damage here and there. Definitely, I think, a better choice than anything else. And then we have shadow transformation, so that I can get right here on all of my attacks. I get lifesteal, which for the dragon, with your breath attack, it's a lot of healing. So and with a lot of your magic attacks, it's a lot of healing, so it's a good source of it. And then you get the decaying zombies, which is it's actually a good way of spawning in, right? So as your dragon's getting kills, because they do so much damage, typically, you're spawning in decaying zombies, and they act like a bullet sponge for you in the front line. So it's an interesting kind of way of having tankiness as a mage. So again, he heals through this. He can spawn a front line for himself after getting kills. I gave him rust breath so that he can reduce, or actually dispel, all of the positive status effects on enemies. And the other one that you could go for is the fire one. You could go for fire. That one's also pretty alright. Outside of that, I also made sure that I grabbed from my mage here that I got Arcane Surge, so that he gets strengthen and bolstering. And also so that he gets that storm, the wind barrier right here. So it seems like the right synergy of damage as well as tankiness to make the dragon relatively strong. The mage dragon compared to a warrior dragon, who's gonna need absolutely everything available to make sure that he doesn't get damaged too hard, because these guys, they get absolutely obliterated by enemy teams. Enemy teams will just go freaking crazy attacking you. The game definitely feels a lot more difficult now, ever since they made some of their changes. Because with the recent update, they changed how the AI builds their units, making sure that they get more transformations, and I think also enchantments. So they now build a lot more competitively against you. So I've been noticing they're doing a lot more damage. Like, for instance, this Warbreed unit that I saw, I forget who was using it, but the Warbreed, for one of these AI rulers, he was doing 100 damage. I mean, he was one-shotting some of my units. That was crazy. And they were two-shotting me and all that, so it definitely is a little bit more competitive between yourself and the AI players now. They made sure that they build them a little bit more intelligently. Man, I have so many cities. Even though I have so little space, I've managed to get a bunch of cities. I'm pretty happy with that. And the more cities that you have, the more that you're kind of in that small space, you're doubling a bunch of your income, right? Instead of just building one city, you're building multiple, and all those cities are now making me all of this knowledge and all this gold and mana. So this is definitely a better way of going about things. And then on top of that, we're getting a lot of armies sent out. What are they? So scalds and giants. Interesting. Interesting. Well. So it is interesting though that we are sending so many armies their way. What's a little bit strange though is that over here, I have not been able to go into the Umbral Abyss yet. Everyone else and their freaking mother has been able to get in here. But well, looks like we locked up for a second. Well, anyways, we have not been able to take out that one hoe bag. I forget who it is. Ooh. Alright. So that guy's sitting over there. So, why is this guy not being defeated yet? We are still... Wow. It is... Nobody can take him down. That's crazy. They're trying so hard, but they just cannot make any headway. I could go for the Umbral Nest, but that is... not gonna be so easy. We're gonna get damaged quite a bit trying to take it. It would be nice though to finally grab it. Maybe I can rush in there and grab it. What's in here? We got a cod. Oh, really? Wait, we have this guy here? Oh. He has not built out. And he did build here. And he went... Oh, wow. He went over there. And then... Oh, I see. Interesting. All right. Alright, so it looks like we're being attacked by a lot of homos right here. Guess we're gonna see how well this works out. I do have a lot of spells I can use. Oh man. Let's see how that happens. Oh. Okay. So how do my shades die in all of this? It looks like a pretty good start. Maybe. That was a terrible positioning. What the heck? That was weird. That's it? Oh man, that's what they did? Oh man, that was a bad idea. Oh, that's weird. Oh my. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, is that consume chaos? So he got decaying on himself. And that's what killed my shade, it looks like. Yeah. So that's crazy that they fought them all on their own. It kind of makes sense though. He loves doing that. Interesting. It's kind of silly. The way they're fighting. It seems like the main fighting force is really just the heroes. Nice. Nice. 304. Wow. Wow, his main attack barely does anything. Wait, did he revive him? These dudes can really take damage. It's like, oh, he used his mass resurgence there. Interesting. Man, they love using that. What, did he use his dragon breath? This is so weird. So they can't die. This is insane. Oh my gosh. Weird. So they used afflicting miasma, I guess. Why do they like that so much, the storm call? I guess it disrupts defense mode, maybe? Wow. Okay, well that's kind of strange. I don't feel like we needed to lose those units. I'm just gonna do it myself. Alright, I'm gonna nuke these fools from orbit. Kabam. Biatch. And kabam. Absolute losers. You know, I think I noticed the warrior dragon never uses the tail swipe, ever. I'm pretty certain on that. So it looks like the AI does not enjoy that attack Alright, well that's unfortunate. It looks like we're gonna have to reposition them again, but I guess it's not too painful to do all that. Alright. We're gonna nuke them again from here. Almost forgot about this. Alright. So that somehow broke the game doing this, but okay. Whatever. Oh wow. Alright. So how do I hit these losers? Alright, let's wreck these punks. Alright, we're gonna glass them with this first. I just want to hit a lot of these clowns. Oof, my goof. Uh-oh. Can I hit all of these losers? I can. Well, that's good. Yeah, take it, clowns. What you gonna do? Maybe that was necessary, maybe not. Oh, no. That's the reach? Oh, that's terrible. That's the reach of this? That's what they chose to be the reach of the 2 hacks? Oh, bruh. Oh. Oh. That's terrible. What were they thinking? What was the genius strategy, developers? Dear God. Take it, punks. What you gonna do? Alright, they can go do their gay stuff. Yeah, good work. Nice. Get those losers. Yeah, wreck them. This is way better. We're getting starting kills. I feel like a real man again. My wife will love me for once. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, try me with that rock, biatch. I've survived the biblical times. You didn't. Oh, yo, chill. Oh! What the? Oh my, there is no chill. There never was chill. Oh my. Alright, got it, hoe bag. You got friends with that umbrella. My gosh. Well, watch this. Kablam! In your face. Whatever, the game can do the rest, I don't care. I was born for this. Marinated by it. Wow, this is going better though, for sure. We're getting kills a lot sooner on these dudes. Oh, wow. Nice. Good damage. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, no. That is some damage, son. Yo, that damage, though, huh? Whoa. Oh, that guy is decaying. No. That sucks. Well, I tried to save him, and I guess it didn't work out, sadly. So is there no way to dispel decaying on my units? I wish. Wow. Interesting. Well, that's cute. These dragons are hard to kill. That's crazy. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I mean, it's two dragons. One with sorcerer. I don't know what chance they thought they had. It was a good it was a good try. They took their chance. It didn't work out. Well, freak, man. We're back. So I wanted to try this out. We're going to remove this matrix here. Where art thou? So the order may... Nope. The astral. I want to dismantle that. I want to do the spirit one instead. I think that might be better. Possibly. Alright, let's see how this goes. I can see this being a little bit tough. This guy has status effect immunity, right? Alright, he just doesn't have any levels or anything else, so. Because of a lack of magic materials, I've been unable to really build anything. It's been kind of tragic. Let's see their damage. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, we're getting a lot of executions there. Pretty close. Wow. Dang. That's a good melee. 125. $99, wow. Oh, no way. They're attacking me over there. That is rude. You know, Wrath of Faithful. That's actually a good one for single target damage. And it's pretty cheap. It's actually not too bad. On top of all the other options. Yeah, let's do that one. Is that it? I think it's actually done for this guy. I might release him. Yeah, because I was going to make this one also a city. So we can grab the enchanted there. We have 2 infestations in the back. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I think we can get rid of this guy. Oh, did I ever get the... I didn't get the Scholars Guilds. Well, that sucks. I'm gonna release it. Doesn't really matter. I wonder if I should do the Dragon's Roar. Typically, I've never done it before actually. Typically, it doesn't seem like a terrible idea. Maybe decaying's better though. Just so that you can secure damage. He doesn't always one-shot targets, so if they get decaying, and I don't have a way of applying decaying, so the Dragon's Roar is kind of interesting to use, but let's just do decaying, I guess. Alright, so we got Wildfire. Distant Evocation may be good. Enemies lose morale faster next to him. Typically, morale is not a big issue. Especially now. I think I'll just do the distant evocation. Seems to me to be a better idea. It kind of looks like he avoids using the fire evocation. I haven't really seen him use it that much. I can't tell. Well, shoot. I wonder what we should pick up here. The frontline fighter, that's a nice one. I actually think maybe grab the taunts. It looks like he needs other options, right? Because he doesn't immediately close in, so I guess I will do the taunt. I've been wondering whether or not I should be doing it, but it looks like it's acceptable. I never got another one. A tier 4. That's crazy. Alright guys, so I'm gonna go back into no commentary here. I don't know for how long. I don't think too long. I have no idea. But anyway, we will be back, I believe, within the duration of this video. So I'm guessing I might be back relatively soon, but yeah, we'll see. So anyway, we're heading into no commentary. Oh my gosh. Oh man, we are boned. Okay, we're going into no commentary after this. Let's see what's going on here. Whoa. I mean, you know, they're dragons and all that, but let's definitely watch it. So with Wrath of the Faithful, I can see these guys definitely wrecking pretty hard. Yeah, using that, it's a good move. It's a warrior and a mage, so that's a pretty good duo together. Oh wow. Oh my. Oh, consume chaos. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, that's super good. It looks like getting the comet upgrade on the breath for your dragon is not a good move because I never noticed the dragon using it, so it doesn't seem too viable. It might just be better to do cone or line. One or the other's better. A lot of fire. He loves doing that. I don't know why. It's all he does. And it's also a free action, so it's like, why? It's all he does. I forgot to build for them a couple of shades. Oh, whoa. Wow. So... So why does this dragon, he never uses fire evocation? He never uses it. Why is that? Will he use it here? Please? Like right here. This is the perfect moment. Please. This is a mage What? What are you doing? What is the deal with the... What the F? What? Is he broken? Why does he keep on using Storm Call? It's not doing damage. I am so confused. Why? He's not even using fire evocation. Hold on. Hold on, you clown. What are you doing? I'm sorry? Lifesteal on it? What? What, he can... Why are you using it instead of using fire evocation? I'm sorry? What is going on here? What are you doing? He's actually retarded. He's actually that stupid. Oh my gosh, the AI's broken. Oh Lord. It really is all over. It's so over right now. Oh my gosh, it never began. It makes absolutely no sense. So he uses Storm Call, which does absolutely no damage. Are the dragons broken? I mean, like, are they addicted to using their melee attack and that's it? They don't want to use anything else? Is that what they are? It feels like it. I don't know. It feels a little off. it feels like the homosexuals took over and we're having to live with it, which makes no sense. I don't get it. Why are they using Stormcall? It's so weird. Well, anyways, I guess that's going to really mess with me for the rest of my life. So, yeah, so we will be going no commentary. And we will be back.
Few things invoke fear like the mighty dragon does. Channel the The darkness that creeps from shadow to shadow not only brings disquiet, but also carries the promise of your... When your capacity to command the arcane reaches its pinnacle, you will find that your connection to the astral The very foundation. True strength resides in self-discipline.
All right. Dang. We're finally done. Crazy. Yeah, you know, man, I'm gonna share some of my thoughts about this run. This was an interesting one. I spent a lot of days doing this playthrough. A lot of days. And I don't really enjoy it when a playthrough takes this long because it's the lag that's taken the majority of the time. I'm not a big fan of that. Oh, okay, yeah, let's get Sorcerer for sure. I love the dragons, they're great. Outside of a few things, but you know, overall they're good. Freak. Alright, let's make that guy a hero. So, okay. We are here. Alright. So, what do I say first? Oh man. It would be interesting to do an animal build at some point. I have not done that in forever. It's been a long time. So that would be kind of cool. I don't know if it's really that strong to focus on animals at all, because they don't get that many buffs. But there's a few ways to go about it to really buff them up, but there's nothing specific that makes animals good. So it might be weak to go about it, but I can try. So okay, let's talk about the builds. I am a little bit disappointed. We were never able to make it into the Umbral Abyss. I was never able to grab myself an Umbral Dwelling. We were locked down geographically for a good portion of the game. And what else? I wasn't really able to expand that far. I definitely made sure by the end here that we just ended the game rather quickly, but you know, we were here for quite a while and I just wasn't able to move that fast. And we got to the point by the end that for whatever reason, the game really started to slow down. So despite putting the game on high maintenance, it just ended up lagging a lot. And I wonder why. I actually don't know what it is. I think it's the units, because that's what causes it in Stellaris. But I don't know what it is. I mean, I think the lag settled in a lot lower. But it ultimately did affect me to the point that turns were taking like 5 to 10 minutes to pass. So that's pretty crazy, a little bit frustrating, but outside of that, we're just gonna start doing medium maps again. And I'm gonna try to just go through these a lot faster. I don't want to have long playthroughs. I just want to get in. I want the turn. The thing I just want to have the turns go by faster. I would play on these large maps if the turns wouldn't take so long to go through, but you know, I'm wasting a lot of time just sitting around, so I don't like that. So we're gonna go back to medium-sized maps. I don't think I'll do small. I could do small, maybe. I've only done it once before and that was chaos, but I think I'll just do medium again. Medium's not bad. In these sorts of games, I do enjoy a larger map because it just means more competition, more conquest. I always like that, but the sad part is that the game just lags a lot. And that's the issue with a bunch of games like this, is that the game will lag so extensively. What are you doing, you know? So anyway, we're gonna go about this in a way where we don't have lag in the future. But anyway, we have been balls deep in all this. I do wish I could use the Shrine of Smiting in this build. We might do it later because I do have another build I want to do for Shades. So, and that is going to be in the Mystic culture that we're going to be doing Shades. It'll be a little bit different doing that, but I think we'll be fine. So, what do I think about it? I think that, for one, I do think I improved the way that I built my mage dragon. I do think that was an improvement, but I think it's good. I think Industrious with Empowered by Magic, I think it doesn't have a lot of instantaneous value. I think it builds up as you're going through a fight. I think it definitely makes you a little bit more resilient, more formidable. I think that there's a lot of things going on that makes you a lot more powerful as a culture, right? We have a lot of extra stats boosting me up and making me stronger. I don't think it made that big of a difference. In some weird way, I would actually maybe say that dark culture does better with the heal and also weakening enemies. Seems like to me it does a little bit more, but I can't tell. So whatever it is, I think it's good. I think Industrious is fine. I really just can't tell. I think we were doing fine, but let's be honest, man. The point of this build was that I become tankier and also implicitly. And then on top of becoming tankier, I also deal more extra damage because of Empowered by Magic. But oddly enough, that actually did not do a whole lot for me. Now, we were doing a lot of good damage late game. My Shades were doing basically half of the damage that Reavers do. Reavers, man, they can do 200 damage, 220 damage. My Shades, we were getting up around, 120 probably by the end there. 130 on certain targets, but typically it wasn't going that high. It was anywhere between 80 to 130 by late game, and really there was nothing else I was able to do to boost up my damage. So we were stuck with that, and that's fine, but it's not as powerful as Reavers. Reavers just have way more going on. So it was still good. It was still powerful. It could have been better in certain ways, but it was fine, So I'm not really that impressed by Industrious Shades. Oddly enough, I don't think it's bad. I just don't think that it was what I was expecting it to be. I was expecting to be like, oh wow, we're super tanky. I'm doing a huge damage. I'm blasting fools left and right. And again, we can take a lot of damage, and that was not happening. Not the way I was expecting it. So next, we're going to be doing the Mystic culture, which will mean that I need to build Spellweavers a little bit, but I think there's some way to make it work. I don't know. But anyway, I mean, going a damage build was pretty alright. Early game, it's always great. Later in the game, you start to suffer on your survivability. I never got the Shrine of Prosperity, or no, the Tome of Prosperity is what it was. Yeah, I never got that, so that's a little bit of survivability out the window, but I wasn't able to really keep up in the late game, building out a lot of my cities. A lot of them were getting taken from me, and really, honestly, again, the only issue is that the turns were taking way too long to go through. So I might try, though, high maintenance again with Mystic Shades. I might do it. I don't know yet, but I might. And Maybe I'll just do mystics in general. Maybe when I do mystic shades, that build is going to be a mixture. So we're going to do a couple of spell weavers, shades. We're going to do a mixture of like maybe we're going to do a shrine of smiting, right? Maybe we'll do a more of a mixture on my units. Maybe do a Pyre Templar here and there, whatever. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. But overall, it was a good build. Overall, I enjoy how I went about this. And of course, we had some really extensive rants throughout this playthrough, did we not? Now, I do have to share this, man. Some really crazy stuff's going on right now. Despite my frustrations, because recently we had the terror attack that happened within New Orleans, I'm noticing, if you just pay attention, there's been an uptick and a lot of crazy stuff going on. And obviously, who is putting these people up to it? You know who it is. So they want you to have the idea, really, that, oh my gosh, maybe the Democrats should have stayed in power because everything's getting so crazy and the world's going to chaos. And if Trump didn't win, then we wouldn't have all this chaos going on, right? But of course, you know, the world was burning apart actively under the Dems. And right now, all the insanity that we're seeing is because of the Dems. So it's sad that whenever the good guys win, well, the bad guys, they cause more havoc, right? And what is it, right? The bad guys, they want to have absolute power and control. And by having absolute power and control, they get to control you and determine the, let's say, the premise, but also the rules of conduct and the rules of the game. So you're controlled by the devil that, in some cases, you don't know. Some other cases, the devil that you do know, right? But, well, now we have this issue. There's so much going on about this, and this is, you know, like, when we think about the demonic dialect, we think about the satanic narrative. This is something I've spoken about in previous playthroughs, but like very extensively. But there is a certain wavelength, a certain narrative that the satanic persona fulfills history and time. And specifically, it's that the devil must not express himself for what he is, but he must take on the image and ape the persona, the archetype of the hero, so that he can fool you that he is, for one, that he is good, that he is formidable, that he is virtuous and worthy like the hero is. And by aping the image of the hero, he will also bastardize the image of the hero because he copies who is this glorious king, right? The hero that slays the dragon. He apes, he mimics how the hero looks, how he acts, what he says, but he contorts it and he adds his lies onto the image of the hero. And so how the satanic narrative plays out is, and this happens throughout civilization for a long time, is that obviously when the hero wins, Satan is defeated and he must retreat himself into the shadows, Satan. And because of this, you know, the hero, his glory is seen, his glory is known, and he has a good rule. But of course, Satan, he retreats, he slinks into the shadows, recollects himself, and he figures how he goes about conniving his next goals. And typically that means, okay, you take on the image of the hero, but then you weaponize that so that then the people eventually, they will wish to stone or wish to kill or maim or betray in some way the hero. That's what happens within these satanic dialects. And that is the purpose of it, because obviously everyone knows that when they're living under great evil, they know what a hero is. There's nothing else. So it shines that much brighter. But when times are dark, or when in times of light, well, there's this idea that everything does shine so bright, right? So then the luminance of everything surrounding you, it's blinding. And how Lucifer throws himself into it is that he will obviously join the luminance of the great king who slayed the great evil, which is in some way proximal to Lucifer himself, if not Lucifer directly himself. Regardless of what it is, the great king, the great hero, who becomes the great king, through the hero's glory, he achieves his ends, and he brings about the age of luminance. By the way, there's another way I frame this in this kind of thought cycle in a different way. It's a cycle of civilization. We talk about this in my Tomb Raider 2013 video, the first one. I go very deep on this topic, and you can go see the live stream too. It's in the archive list, but regardless. So what Lucifer does is that he copies the image of the great hero who becomes the great king. And during the Age of Luminance, he does what he can to everything in his power, which is enough, to mimic the luminance of the great king. And by mimicking the luminance of the great king, he becomes, perceptually, the image of the great king before the people. And that's where he then contorts the image of the king to the very point that the people are tricked into believing that the king is a villain, and that again he must be stoned, betrayed, or maimed in some way. Now, we've seen this many times in history. You actually saw this happen in 1930s Germany. There's a reason why the people wanted to retake their country. There's a reason for that. But outside of that, we've seen this many times throughout history. Outside of that, we've seen this many times. Because, you can go back to the Roman emperors, obviously, times of great darkness and times of great luminance. And they've had their trade-offs during those times, as we've spoken about here. But right now, we're seeing it today. So when great good finally wins, well, Lucifer, the only thing that he can do now, and what he's cooked up for a long time, the spirit of Lucifer, the dialect of Lucifer, is to ultimately employ the image of evil onto the image of the great king. So right now we're seeing a lot of chaos, and that chaos is for the purpose to make people regret that Trump won the presidency, even though the world was going up in flames and still is in flames. He's not in office yet, so they're trying to do everything in their power to make sure that everyone regrets everything, and that basically they become demoralized, they give up, and they give in to the fear. Partial cowardice, partial fear, partial uncertainty surrounding around the incumbents of the great king taking over, that being Trump, the great king taking back over and regaining his civilization. So, right now, that is what we are seeing. And by the way, there's a lot of problems, especially regarding the H-1B visa stuff. And I have nothing for the conservatives. I mean, the fact that they are siding with this H-1B visa crap, so many of them are. And it's like, okay, this is really pathetic of you guys. You are literally conserving nothing. Like, if you don't see what's happening in America, right now America has towns and now cities that don't feel like America. Where you're looking around yourself and you're like, who the F are these people? What the F is your language? Dude, They're not speaking your language. They're not you. They're not your people. And this is a simple truth. Americans want to live around Americans. American men, they want to bang and slap the anus out of the freaking American woman. They don't want to mate with a bunch of women from other cultures and countries. They want their own women. But now there's so many problems surrounding this. And like, again, this is the issue, is that now it's becoming in white people's own countries, it's becoming harder to find themselves. This is downright evil. This is downright evil. And I said this for the longest time, that multiculturalism is demonic. It is satanic. Now, of course, a lot of people, they're like, well, how does that work? You simply need to understand how this develops to its deepest level. That's all you must understand. You must understand what does multiculturalism look like once it has fully matured. Once you know, you will understand. It is not surprising. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, of course it does. You lose the spirit of your people, the will of your people, your history, your culture, your education. You lose everything that makes you what you are. You lose your way of life. You lose your quality of life. Multiculturalism is absolutely evil. Especially including the fact that there is no merit in multiculturalism. You have these people, they come in and they believe themselves obligated to be to authority over you. They do believe that. They believe themselves entitled to your country and your nation. And it's very funny because once these minorities and once these illegals, or air quotes legals, once they come in, they start dictating to you what your politics should be. You know what happens when Muslims come into America? They believe that America should undergo Sharia law. They believe that some Islamic idea and establishment of Islamic beliefs should be placed upon Americans in their country. And then they get offended when you say it's your country, by the way, and that they're not American, which of course that is what it is, but they get triggered. Same thing happens for Asian demographics. Same thing happens with the Hispanics and of course the blacks. Sadly, the blacks were never sent back to Africa. That does suck. Whatever. You make a stipulation for the blacks though in America, but regardless, I mean, they're not true Americans. And of course, if they would get their heads out of their freaking butts, you could make some sort of amends for them, but of course they would rather just be conflictive with the white man, but of course be horny for the white woman. That whole thing, it's disgusting. Again, multiculturalism is absolutely disgusting, because again, a part of multiculturalism is that it is on the premise and the basis of unrighteousness. I mean, that's everything. That is egalitarianism, is that make the unrighteous, make the unqualified, make them righteous and make them qualified. Well, that is implicitly evil. That is implicitly wrong. Everything outside of egalitarianism is all about, specifically within traditionalism, is all about those who are of merit, those who are of righteousness, those who are of qualification. This is why traditionalism is so important, because these are ingrained values that matter and work across time and history. So that's why you preserve your people, your race, your culture. I mean, all of them, they all inform one another, but regardless, you have to say every single piece. Now that everyone's forgotten what every single piece is or what it means, but you need this. You do. You need your race, your language, your culture, your sense of education, because every culture does not have the same sense of education or cleanliness, organization, How are roads built? How is a city made? What does a building look like? How does it maintain its integrity? These sorts of things. This is all based within your race of people. And do not forget that your race is also politics. You will notice that a lot of minorities, blacks, Muslims, Hispanics, they all believe in very different notions from each other. Typically, you will find that people from melanated backgrounds, they're typically a lot more enamored by entitlements or privileges granted onto them. And you will see it differently in different demographics. Specifically, there does seem to be quite a thirst by Hispanics for handouts, without a doubt. More so than some other groups, a little bit. I mean, no, but blacks have a very similar form of that. It is a little bit different though with them. Regardless. This is what happens though when you rid yourself to the spirit of your nation and your people. So, regardless of all things, that's just in passing remark on everything that's crazy going on right now today. You know, I mean, this is the problem, is what you're sacrificing and what Americans are losing. This is absolutely a problem and absolutely something to push back on the right for, because if you don't fight for it now, this will be a great and grand disaster for the future. You have to fight against this right now. You have no other choice. Because right now, you know, there's a lot of problems today that have permeated for a long time. And a lot of these problems, they've really seeped into the genetic code, air quotes, but also at times literally. But it's really seeped itself deep within the fabric of American culture. A lot of these problems, and people wonder, like, where were the people fighting back against feminism and all these stupid things that are now problems today? Where were they? And of course, it's because people, you know, when the enemy, especially the Luciferian enemy, approaches you at first, they come across as meek and modest. But then it doesn't take long until they substantiate themselves, and then they truly do. They drown you, they douse you in their true intent. Eventually, and then you see the true evil for what it fully is. And then of course we've now seen feminism, how it's driven men and women apart. Nowadays you have these satanic losers named cocks who tell you that you need to think more like a woman in order to get women to want to be with you. Now they're trying to cope with the fact that women are just divorcing men at crazy rates, and women don't want to be with most men. So they're like, well, we need to be more like women, which, by the way, is what cuttlefish do. Cuttlefish is it's a certain type of fish in nature. They disguise themselves during mating season as female fish, and then once the other males leave those female fish, then they reveal themselves as male fish, and then they mate. That's the whole thing there. So what these guys are trying to do is they're like, well, we got to be more like the women so that we can actually mate with the women. Of course, they're cocks, and they do not understand that you are a man and that you are attracted to women because they are women, and women are attracted to you because you are a man. And okay, I will throw in, by the way, there is another issue where men don't really understand what it means to be a man. They think that being a complete pathetic moron is what it means to be a man. They've kind of lost the refined idea of what a man is, right? They think that, like, there's dudes who think that, like, doing stuff like burping makes you more of a man. I don't know why they do that, though, which is just, I mean, it just shows a lack of civility and refinement, sophistication of your character. That's not really what makes you a man, and that's not what's attractive to anybody, including a woman. It's really something that you should do something about, but whatever. And then you got dudes, right, who think that peeing sitting down is somehow something that is emasculating. But if you know anything about dudes, when they pee, if you're standing up peeing into a toilet, there's a lot of days where that's going to get everywhere. You know, you want to sit down so that you don't have to clean up a bunch of pee splattered around everywhere. So it just makes sense. And like, seriously, like to reduce the potential of having a complete disgusting mess everywhere of your pee, just sit down, get it over with, get up, get on with your day. Anyways, you know, it's just weird because it's like those things make sense, and then dudes want to have gripes with these sorts of things that I just get made mention with. And it's just like, there's actually a good reason for these things, and that's not emasculating. But then there's a bunch of other things that are emasculating that women do to men, right? That you can't be pronounced, you can't be self-centric, right? You get called a narcissist for speaking for yourself and having a sense of self-importance. And, you know, we can go down the list, a whole bunch of things that women attack men for having any sense of self-importance, having any sense of grandiosity. Again, legitimate grandiosity, or it's not even grandiosity, it's just a good sense of self-worth and being argumentative as a man. And like, men who are argumentative, we know what they look like, and it's like, you're not a retard, you know how to make a point, make your argument. And then women sit there and they call you trash, and it's like, okay, for one, you're a woman, shut the F up. And for two, a man that knows how to speak for himself, you are in no place to try and put him in his place and whatever. So anyways, there's actual legitimate ways that women try to tone down men and their masculinity. And there's a whole bunch of other ways too, right? It's like trying to pussify a man and his activities, that he can't go here, he can't do this, right? He can't hang out with the guys, he can't whatever, go down the list. There's actual genuine things that men do that makes them more like men, that women, they actually try to attack to emasculate you. So that's a genuine problem. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation. Kind of weird that we got into it, but whatever. It doesn't matter to indicate that. So anyways, you got these modern day cocks, and they think that they need to be more like women. And just aside from that point though, so right now we have a lot of crap going on. Now, Elon has been censoring more people, demonetizing more people, which is absolutely Marxist behavior. This is unacceptable. The world does not get better because you are silencing people, especially as you're pushing for all this egalitarianism. Egalitarianism will always bring upon you disaster. It will always do this to you. Every time, economically, racially, culturally, sexually. Egalitarianism is disease upon civilization. You cannot silence people and believe that that will not create tension that will blow up in your face. So allow people to speak, allow them their voice, stop inhibiting freedom of speech, the First Amendment in America, which, you know, other countries should have freedom of speech as well. It's absolutely unacceptable that they don't. But, and by the way, the world is better. When you allow people to speak for themselves, they do become less bombastic. But when people are restricted in their speech, they will become more bombastic. That's just simply the case. And that's something that we've seen. I mean, people are plenty, you know, and by the way, the people who control you, the people who silence you, they're also bombastic, unless they're cucks. Then they're just complete weak morons. But outside of that, beta males, well, you know, or whatever is symmetrical to beta, you know, just some kind of freaking pathetic, weak, loser, moron. But anyway. But, you know, and that's the issue, by the way. That's not exactly what a beta male is, but you know what I mean. Beta males are not really, objectively what a beta male is not that exact idea. It's more of just the type of male that is secondary to an alpha, typically. Which just means your relationship. You're just in a certain placement in the hierarchy. It's not a lesser value. You're just, I mean, you know, air quotes, it could be a lesser value, but it just means that you have a different archetypal behavior within alpha, and also the other hierarchical types of men within a sexual hierarchy. Or also, it's also economic as well, and social. So anyway, outside of that, so again, you cannot silence people. It's an absolutely erroneous and horrific way to guide civilization. You will only bring upon yourself more conflict. And there was a time where everyone had more free speech. Well, it was almost entirely free speech, right? And things were completely fine. Yeah, some people were edgy, but in the end, everything worked itself out. Human beings need to be able to be edgy, right? Dudes need to be able to make grape jokes. They need to be able to... edginess is a good thing. It's a way of relieving stress and psychological stress, which always intention that always builds up for people. It's a good way of dealing with problems. But you know, it's so interesting that we notice how the more people right now in modern day are being controlled, the more that our problems are actually multiplying. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. Right now, reality is proving to show that the more that you control people, and also the more that you push egalitarianism, the more that things fall into chaos. The best way that you heal everything is that you allow people to speak their mind, you allow freedom of speech, and you allow, you know, but there's so many issues. That is also the truth. Because there are issues with xenoestrogens in the water. And without a doubt, the xenoestrogens in the water have definitely made these newer generations of men gayer, without a doubt. Because you see a lot of guys now, this is not something that you saw for a long time with a lot of men. Men used to not shame each other for being attracted to women and desiring women's bodies. Being heterosexual, it used to be normal, it used to be common. Why do you think Lara Croft was a character? Both leftist men and right-wing men, they both desired after characters like Bayonetta, Lara Croft, Samus Aran. Why do you think these were characters and caricatures for a long time? Why do you think that is? For whatever reason now, men are being shamed. Like now we see characters like Tifa and Eve, instead of dudes just being like, dang, I'd ram it inside of her. That's a woman right there. No, now it's like, how dare you look at her butt? How dare you stare at her breasts? You're being a misogynist. You must be stopped. What the frick? There's this strange homosexuality that's just taken over civilization, and I don't know what to say about it. But men have absolutely been turned gay by something. I don't know what it is. Maybe, again, maybe the xenoestrogens. It could be a whole slew of things. So I don't know what it is, but it has brought about a genuine problem, which is the growing homosexuality of men and the normalization of homosexuality, and now it's the demonization of sexualizing women. And these are largely, by the way, these are atheists thinking this way. So that's very strange too. So there's no biblical concept in their head to vilify, but even the Bible is very aware of men's attraction towards women, and unapologetically so. So, you know, it's very strange, all of this. But yeah, I mean, very strange, for sure, very strange. But anyways, outside of this problem, you know, I'm kind of thinking right now, I am thinking back, like before modern clean water practices. Oh my gosh. Water, even fresh water, must have been so dirty for a long time. Anyway, I mean, that was a definite problem, I'm sure. Anyway. So, right now we're seeing a lot of crazy stuff, bro. You're seeing a lot of terror attacks. A Cybertruck blew up randomly. Obviously, who allowed it to happen? It was intended. A Cybertruck blew up in front of Trump Tower, which was, wow, that was weird. There was nobody there. That was strange. It's actually kind of surprising, but we know that there's a lot of security around these areas. So, the same thing that happened with Matthew Crooks. How was he allowed to get onto the roof? How was he allowed to shoot at Trump? These are things that's like, no, that's not legitimate. And of course, he has connection with the Economic World Forum. That's weird. And then we have this random Cybertruck that blows up in front of Trump Tower. And it's like, how did it get there? Especially with those explosives, because without a doubt, with everything going on, I know for a fact that they had to have had security measures in place. How was that allowed to happen? Very strange. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on right now. Everyone knows. And, I don't really know what I think about any of it right now, but it's like, obviously right now, the bad guys, they, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much going on right now. And, right now, any actual American needs to actually stand up against this immigration. Just immigration as a whole, shut it down. Focus on your own people. It's not hard. Educate your own people. That's not hard. America is supposed to have the best, and it doesn't. I've talked about before the issues with universities, but America is supposed to have the best education in the world, and there's many things done to make that less of the case, but regardless, you can qualify your own people in your own country, especially better than other countries. So stop hiring these other people from other countries. Then you have these retard conservatives, and they're like, oh, you just don't want to compete with foreigners or whatever. It's like, are you retarded? And then you have these retard libtards. They're sitting there and they're like, oh, this is DEI for white people. And it's like, do you understand that white people, they don't need DEI? It's absolutely ridiculous. But, so you have both sides just being absolute morons with their arguments. And right now, specifically, you have with the left, they're just saying that white people are looking for their form of DEI. And, no, I mean, white people for a long time have been very qualified for what it is that they seek out to do. So, and this is the issue too, is that America, and this is the biggest problem, is that America and Americans are not willing to qualify their own people. So, of course, like, they're just creating the problem, and they're justifying the problem, and they're trying to come up with every excuse to continue with the problem. So actual Americans need to actually stand against this, and not waver. But outside of that problem that is genuine and legitimate, and as I was linking it before, these things, they seem meek, modest, and innocent at first, but then they only grow over time, and the problem, it makes itself very well known and very real as you allow the problem to bake in, just like with feminism. So that's where we go full circle with that. So anyway, but regardless of these issues, we also have the problem going on currently surrounding a lot of this obvious violence that's picked up, and hopefully you know, regardless of these actual genuine problems, specifically around mass immigration, we need to definitely see that Trump makes it through. And I'm hoping that we see Trump make it through, because regardless of everything, you still got to see the right people actually get into leadership and actually take back the country. Because clearly we do have the bad people, the evil people. The Luciferian dialect is currently in control. And with that, you have all the problems that comes with it. And they've been making sure that they have an occupation upon America for a long time now. And it does appear that they are activating a lot of their operatives to act on their behalf, as far as I'm concerned. But it's whatever's going on, clearly someone's activating something to occur. There's so much going on right now. And despite all the problems, it's definitely imperative that the right people get in and that nothing actually stands in their way. Or no, a better way of putting it is that you don't actually kill the good guys in the end, or the better of the other evils. So it's definitely crazy right now. My gosh. And I've just been looking at it, and they want it to be crazy. And the best thing that can happen, obviously, is that the right people make it through all of this storm and all this chaos. Because, you know, a lot of people were saying, okay, there's probably going to be a big... that very well likely the left is going to try and burn down the country. But it does seem like that was being postponed, and now it's definitely underway. So hopefully it doesn't get much worse, but who knows what they're willing to do leading up to the inauguration. And again, they want right-wingers to regret that Trump made it through. So that is what I've been paying attention to recently. It is interesting. It is crazy to see. But anyway, so outside of that, those are largely my thoughts right now. I mean, there's so much that's crazy going on right now. And it is crazy that anyone would be arguing for more immigration. I can't even believe anyone would do that. It is an absolutely retarded stance. You can qualify your own people. You know, when it comes down to specifically with... It's kind of stupid to even say it, but it's like, if anyone actually has any genuine concern about population, it's like, well, there's very quick and easy solutions to that. So why is no one paying attention to that? If it's an actual problem, then address the actual solution, present and address actual diseases, feminism, and everything that is surrounding it, everything that it comes with. Actually address those issues, and they don't do it. So it's like, so you won't attack feminism, but yet you want to be concerned about population, apparently? That is just so retarded. So, and because no one wants to actually address the fundamental core issues, it reveals to you just how far they're willing to lie to you upon the premise of their positions. So that, you know, that includes guys like Elon, Vivek, even to some extent Trump. You know, he's not willing to address feminism. Instead, he goads it on for some reason. I don't know why. But it's like, okay, but then you start justifying other problems to address the presence of feminism. So, you have a core disease, and they're doing everything in their power to just add in more and more diseases as symptoms arise. rather than solving the very root of the problem. So it's very strange, this sort of conduct around the issue, but anyway.
Your journey starts here.
So for the next playthrough, we're going to be going into here. We're going to be going into... I think we're going to do the support builds. I do want to do the summoner support builds, but I don't exactly know yet which one I'm going to do first. But I think we're just going to do support. I've been holding off on this one for quite a while, so I think it's finally time that we do it. And I was, for a good little while, I was looking forward to it. So we will be getting right in. And by the way, we will be using this Defender Dragon. So I am interested to see how good the Defender Dragon is. But anyways, outside of all that, hold up. Before we leave, I should have said this a little bit earlier. But anyways, you know, with everything that's going on right now, all the problem, all this fiasco that we're seeing, I really do hope that the best outcome occurs, though, because right now there are so many problems happening, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, dude, we need global segregation. This is enough. You know, there are so many problems going on right now, and it's like, and a lot, again, racist politics. You have a lot of people, they're justifying any sort of problems or destruction for America. They're justifying all of it because they're like, oh, well, you know, I am Hispanic and screw you Americans for X, Y, and Z. Or, you know, you have blacks, they have their own reasons. It's like everyone wants to just stick up for their own group of people and hate on America. And that's why they justify stuff like immigration. It's like, well, I have to be allowed to come into your country. I have to be allowed to do X, Y, and Z to your people. And it's like, just stay in your country. Like, if you come into our country, you're executed. It's that simple. And that needs to be the position. It's like, these people think that they are entitled to invade your country and to commit the havoc that they intend. So, you know, a lot of things are problems right now, and all of it needs to just be put to rest. But, you know, again, like, shut down immigration. You're just bringing in people who want to do America harm. So regardless of this problem, regardless of Elon and his stupid stance that needs to be fought against tooth and nail, because this will bring further chaos, further disease to America. Regardless, it's already destroying the EU. Oh my gosh. But anyway, I really do hope, though, that the best outcome does occur. I really hope that, you know, for one, again, there better be no immense chaos that happens, because the good guys have got to get in, or the best guys available. Let's just put it like that. The best guys available, they need to get into freaking office, and then gotta end these wars, gotta end all this, not shut down immigration, keep the freaking filth out of the country, and end the wars and just deal with all these problems. Unless, you know, the puppet masters will just decide otherwise. I'm hoping not. We'll see about that, because that is another issue. But anyways, I did forget to mention this part. I wanted to be very clear about this. You know, I am praying that the best outcome occurs here, because anything outside of the inauguration taking place, you know, it's going to be bad. And with Trump in office, at least Americans are going to have law and order progressively take back control over their country on both the border and in their cities. There's so many problems, but like, law and order has gotta come back into the White House. And I have to say this last point here too. The left is so downright evil. Like, the fact that they are so hell-bent against their own country, They are pro-criminal. They are pro-crime. They're pro all of this nonsense. They are pro the war out in the Ukraine. Which is absolutely disgusting, because it's like, no, this needs to be brought to an end. Enough. The amount of Russians and Ukrainians right now, men dead right now, it's just... And right now the left, they are a death cult. Remember this. There's nothing wrong, by the way, let's be clear about this, nothing wrong with war, but this is not a righteous fight. It's not necessary, and this is all for the purpose of a death cult. And of course, if you know anything about the left, everything that they're about, the ultimate outcome of their beliefs is in congruence of their death cult. And also the definition of a death cult. Socialism, a death cult. Feminism, a death cult. Multiculturalism, a death cult. All of this, and there's other elements to it as well, but these core elements, this is a death cult. Enough with all of it. Bring this to an end. So anyways, I am definitely praying for the best outcome here, because, I mean, right now you can see, I mean, they're not getting their way right now. So you're seeing the left, they are just engaging in death cult behavior. Just look at everything that's going on right now. The healthcare CEO, right? He got whacked. And the left is praising it, which is just crazy. And yeah, there might be problems with a lot of things, but it's like, this is your issue? This is your ground to stand on? The healthcare problems? Which, I mean, not all of it's a problem, but I mean, there's so many problems in America right now, and it's been created by the Democrats, specifically. As well as the Uniparty. And another very specific group, if you know, you know. Enough with the death cult. Enough. At the end of the day, they never have solutions, just more death. Oh, let's whack the people we don't like. Which, by the way, again, that's oh my gosh. Nothing more to be said on that. I don't have to say anything more. Enough. Enough. This is a death cult. Enough. They need to be brought to an end. The death cult must be brought to its knees. You want to talk about actual evil? This is it. They are addicted to abortions. They praise the death of their enemies rather than fixing a problem. You know, they hate the healthcare system apparently, but they don't hate taxation. Well, that is helping make you as a citizen poor, and your money's being given to people who do not deserve it, but yet you don't have an issue with taxation. You have an issue with all these things that you were told to have a problem with for your ideological reasons, and you support these random people being killed. It's ridiculous. These people, again, the death cults, they don't care about how they're being screwed over. They care about who can I kill next to justify or to accomplish what it is that I ideologically believe in, which is just, they don't want to solve problems. They want to kill their way to their satisfaction. This is ridiculous. So I did forget to mention all that. Again, the good guys need to win. And there's other problems with all this. Again, the immigration problem, that is also a death cult. So, anyway, moving on into the next playthrough.